And welcome to the West Coast Sevens, coming at you from Oceanside Sports Park in what is going to be a tremendous day of rugby. We have 8 high school teams and 8 college teams. This is the third stop of the leg of the Oceanside Sevens, of the West Coast Sevens, and it is a fantastic day. I am Alex Corbacero. Joining me is the one and only, the legendary commentator, Dallin Stanford. Dallin, what a day we have.
Corbs, it is wonderful to be here to see these young sensations in action. I know one of the goals is to ID future Olympic stars, and I tell you what, this tournament is bringing the heat.
It really is. We have so much action. Let's do a quick run through of what we have to go through. Our opening game is going to be men's, or boys I should say, high school action between Cathedral Catholic and Oceanside. Then we're into our college bracket as Grand Canyon University will take on Miracosta, and then a big one, Cal, the defending back-to-back West Coast 7 stops champions. They'll be taking on SDSU, the home team up here in Oceanside, and then we'll finish this first block with another barn burner of high school boys rugby with Jay Serra taking on Carmichael. Carmichael winning the last stop of the West Coast Sevens. But really, the high school is where we're going to start, Dallin, and it has just been outstanding level of rugby. It shows California is one of the hotbeds of youth rugby, and these high school players in Cathedral Catholic and Oceanside will not disappoint today.
No, and what I love about this too is the IQ that's coming down in the coaching ranks as well, helping these young stars come through. Matt Hawkins, USA Sevens coach, years gone by. USA Sevens captain Ryan Mattias is here. So international stars leading these young sensations, and Hawkins has 2 of his kids playing as well.
Well, it's an absolute treat for these kids to play. One, they get to be exposed to high-level competition. They get to be seen by college coaches. There's a reason high school and college are here. The college coaches, as much as they've got their games and watching their players, I keep seeing them peeking over just to see what's going on the high school side, because there's a lot of talent out there and the future is bright.
Yeah, what's amazing about this, launched in 2010, the goal, as we said, was to identify the next generation of women and men that represent the USA. The LA Olympics is just down the road as well. Imagine being a young kid playing, getting this opportunity in the United States to represent, because we know sevens is key. We've seen what Alona Ma and the US women's team have done for rugby in North America, and the same can be said for the men's program.
It really can, and what a venue we have as well. Oceanside Sports Park, you know, it is tremendous. We have multiple fields, the teams are here. Absolute treat for you guys viewing as well. The sun will be coming out a little later as well. Don't worry, I've got the shades on the table, but there is Ryan Mattias as well, who also helps coach at Cathedral Catholic as well as STSU. Really, like you said, a brains trust helping the next generation of players progress.
Yeah, and we've seen Ben Pinkerman, he was scouting some of the next generation as well. Zach Test, the current USA men's coach. And of course, this program is looking to expand. They would like to host the Club Sevens Nationals as well. There's a lot of things happening in Southern California. Oceanside, just down the beach, my friend. Are you going to hit a few waves later?
I don't know, maybe a little body surfing. I'm a bit too seal-like for the board, my friend. But yeah, what a treat here. Obviously, we've had 3 stops now. This is the third, finishing with a bang with a 2-day event. The last ones were 1 day, but for all listening or watching here, do not go anywhere, because we've got a stacked day today and then a really, really interesting final day tomorrow on Sunday. And I'll be honest, Alan, as much as I've loved the college rugby, the high school has where the action has been.
Yeah, high school's amazing for the next generation.
Well, let's get into some of our sponsors today. And first off, a huge thank you to TVX Sports Video. TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years. And they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local, and emerging sports. Smash the like button and hit subscribe to show your support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. And it doesn't stop there. Another huge shout out to USA Rugby. USA Rugby is proud to partner with College Rugby Association of America for the 24 and 25 academic year, with future USA Eagles taking the pitch today. We are pleased to support this experience for all student athletes. Learn more about USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. And then lastly, huge shout out to CRAA. The College Rugby Association of America is a USA Rugby sanctioned collegiate competition that includes premier divisions within men's and women's collegiate rugby. CRAA is committed to keeping the commercial resources in the collegiate game and creating memorable moments for student athletes and amazing experiences. Got to catch my breath there, Darren, but it is going to be a fun, action-packed day. We should also give a reminder that it will be swapping on the comms as well. We have Josh Shibata and Dominic Ribley to take in, so we can get a little bit of a break, bring the energy, but also show some more of the upcoming broadcast talent across the United States and especially in California as we get ready for Cathedral Catholic versus Oceanside. Obviously, Oceanside very local to here. Cathedral Catholic have played in all 3 stops. The first one they won, but last time they did fall to Carmichael, and they were missing a few players. Coach Matt Hawkins said as they had USA camps and other stuff going on, but now they're fully loaded, full strength, and they'll be looking to get back into the winning column.
Yeah, and as you know, Corbs, it's so amazing. Once you get that experience, you get a few games under your belt, that's how you develop the next generation of players. Speaking to Matt Hawkins, who we could nickname the Polar Bear when he's playing back in the day, he was such a monster on the field. But he was just saying it's so nice for him as well to get an opportunity to rotate his squad when some of those USA selections. He's got 3 players in the squad today that were the USA under-18 selections, which is amazing. So they learn experience. But what I'm interested in is seeing how the next generation of players get together, how they take the field, and how they grow in this tournament.
It really is a treat. And look at Matt Hawkins. I think SoCal, he's not a polar bear anymore. He's a solar bear. He's got too much of a tan to be a polar bear now that he's down to the good life down here. But as we get the teams ready, there'll be sometimes a little nerves floating around. First game, you want to kind of get that monkey off your back, get into the competition, but also knowing these Sevens events are a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, Corbs, you bring up a great point. So on the Sevens World Series, what is interesting, when you chat to a lot of the teams there, the likes of Fiji, who generally, when they get in their flow of the game, are so hard to stop, but when they are able to be beaten, it's the first game. Because people aren't necessarily warm. They haven't got that first head out, as you said. So that is interesting. Anything can happen in game 1. Once teams find their rhythm, they tend to click as the day gets on.
And Sevens is one of the most unforgiving sports out there, Dallin. It's the type of sport you take your eye off the ball for a second. There's not a lot of time out there. One moment can decide a game.
Yeah, and that's the thing I love about the game. It goes to almost extra time every game when you've got teams that are really back and forth. You keep possession, you score, and all of a sudden you're back on the board yet again. What I love, too, is you get a chance to kick off and get the ball back as well. Now, you as a forward specialist as well, it's amazing. If you can get a pinpoint kick at the restart and you knock the ball back, you're back in.
That has been the recipe for success. The teams that have done well have almost rinse, wash, repeat. Kick off, get ball back, put the possession in your hands, put them under pressure, and then execute to the space and to the opportunities at hand. Teams that have struggled to either keep their kickoffs and allow teams possessions, that has been the recipe for destruction out there. These teams will know that. They'll have their game plans, but it's always a little bit easier said than done in the team huddle until you get actually on the field.
Yeah, Corbs. And also another great thing about this tournament setup, we said there are 2 fields in action right now. So once these teams cool down, they've finished off their game, they can watch some of the college teams play as well. So imagine being a young athlete, you look at your position, you look at your specific roles on the field, and all of a sudden you see somebody who's had 5 or 6 years under their belt playing at a Cal or playing at one of SDS youth programs, and all of a sudden you get to see what they get up to as well. So mimicking what you see on, not necessarily on TV, but right in front of you, I think is key as well.
Really is, as the teams are getting ready to get to the field. We're about to get underway with action. A reminder, it is Cathedral Catholic taking on Oceanside, a local derby here. They're not far from each other. They'll be wanting to get bragging rights, and this one isn't going to disappoint.
No, we can't wait for kickoff, just moments away. And Corbs, I tell you what, my friend, you said they've won already, the Cathedral Catholic side. Now for Oceanside, very first game to defeat a team that has been a previous champion. What an honor for these teams to get out here on a broadcast as well. We get to call out their names. We got a couple of little stats as well. Not much, but we got some things to talk about.
It really is incredible. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of with this West Coast Sevens broadcast. Obviously, Dallin, you're an elite broadcaster. I like to try and think I'm coming in that bracket as well. And to be able to give back, to call games at this level, to give players their due, but also a treat for us to see the next generation of future stars as they take the pitch.
Yeah, here we come. Cathedral Catholic in their red, yellow and white. Oceanside in white and black. O-side on the front. They will be ready for kickoff in just a few moments. It is our first match on Field 2. An action-packed day here at the West Coast Sevens. A 2-day event, 2 different fields. Cool conditions for Sevens. Perfect conditions, in fact. Just as well, Corbs didn't bring his surfboard because we are all rugby all day today.
It's a little grey out there as well, Dan. I should have brought my raincoat just in case, but I am sporting the really sort of fashionable West Coast Sevens sort of long sleeve top. Just in case anyone wants the merch, you can check it out on their website. It is pretty fancy as well, so I'm lucky we're wrapped up warm because a little bit of a grey start.
All right, all in readiness. Welcome wherever you're tuning in from around the world. It is the West Coast Sevens here in Oceanside. And kicking off from right to left, it's Cathedral Catholic that get us going. Oceanside in black receive this one. A nice take at the front there. Early possession here for Oceanside. Had a flat ball. Just everyone getting a little touch. Important to get that first contact. Get that hit as they roll to the ground. Down on the ground, the first penalty goes the other way. Holding on is the call. And now it's a quick tap to the right. They go. Dylan Trowell was their USA under-18 selection. He moves it wide. Good possession here for Cathedral Catholic. Has nice hands on the outside. That's Hawkins with a step. Kingston Hawkins. They're in support. Good ruck ball. As Rita moves it away. Solid possession with. Here's the other Hawkins. Now to the far side. Nick O'Connor gets had short, so he's still in the 22. Driving the legs for the line. Look at him go, the big frame. Just a few metres out. Cathedral Catholic. Really good shape and width as well on attack as they look to spread it wide. There's Hawkins on the outside. Cuts back in, beats one. Looking for the line. The opening score of the game. It's Kingston Hawkins, the captain, that gets it down. The junior polar bear has the opening 5.
An absolute barn-burning start for Cathedral there. Didn't get the kickoff, but that turnover from Trower gave them the ability to have possession. Really like the discipline of staying in system, moving from wide to wide. Eventually that created space in the middle with the cutback through, and that is a try there for Hawkins, showing why he's another one to watch. And that is the start Cathedral would have wanted. And let's see what Oceanside can do to reply.
Yeah, beautiful work as they take it wide. Conversion successful as well.
And this is just what happens in sevens. The width, the passing, the discipline to keep men out there to stretch the defence. And then all it takes is for a little bit of individual brilliance. You beat one man in sevens, there's a good chance you're going to score.
Well, here we go. It's the other Hawkins now with the beautiful kickoff. Stepping off his left, beats a couple of players. That was Landon Hawkins, the sophomore. Now they shifted to the right-hand side. Dylan Trowell's heavily involved. He got the conversion. Ball was missed there with a bounce from Reese Retta. And they still continue. Kingston Hawkins on that far side. Beats a couple. Beautiful offload. Nice support as they work their way. Abar is there. Adrian Abar carries strongly for Cathedral. Again, it's one Hawkins shifting it wide. In support still. This is the overlap. Nick O'Connor cuts back in. This time he'll not be denied. The big power forward gets the second try. And the momentum stays with Cathedral.
Again, just like clockwork, and it came from the kickoff. The ability to get it back meant that Oceanside were under pressure again, stuck in their own half, and that's where Cathedral have looked very dangerous. Their width, their ability to spread the ball, their skill level is very high, that they can use the full width of the field off both hands, and that is creating opportunities. And then it's Nick Ocon with the one-on-one. He's been a handful already with ball in hand. They're going to have to find a way to keep him under bay on the wing because he's beating the first man every time.
Yes, such a dangerous player. Here's another look at it.
And look, there's Boyle, and this is what I love, the width, the discipline. Fixed defenders create space on the edge, and that gives your player a chance to finish. He survives that first tackle, back inside the grain, the cover tackle went wide, and that's the try there for you.
Now, the kickoff went out on the fill, so it's a penalty on the halfway line. Gives Oceanside a chance to attack, chance to call some of the names. That's Gavin Dawood with possession now. At the halfway line, they trailed 12-0 in the first half. Oceanside, move it down the chain. Set up a nice contact point here with Max Rakono. But again, holding on. Second time they've given away a penalty at the breakdown and could be costly. As Ocon moves it to the right-hand side. Big ball over the top from the USA under-18 selection. Here's Kingston Hawkins again, looking for a little step. And he tries to weave some magic on the outside. Finds support from the big frame. Abar is there. So important to set that contact point and ruck time. A low one to handle, but they've got the width again. Here's Landon Hawkins. He steps off his left. Does really well to find space on the outside again. Nick Ocon got one try already. Bulldozers one, but that's a beautiful tackle, bringing them to the ground. Remo Robertson does well. Puts his body on the line in this first half. Pinpoint pass down from Dylan Trower. Kingston Hawkins goes in, goes out. There's space to operate here. Has support back on the inside really nicely. Reese Retta is there. US under-18 player. A-ball with a flick. Some wonderful little hands as they keep it alive. Retta again on the outside. Here goes Hawkins for his second. Kingston Hawkins gets a double in the first half, but that was a team try.
That was a clinic there. That is how you play from inside their own half. There was some amazing hands from Boyle early on off his bootlaces that allowed them to keep possession, and then it's been the same recipe. Width, stretching the defence, have a go on the outside, and then finally creating something in the 22, and that is textbook Sevens rugby there from Cathedral so far. Oceanside need to find a way to hold possession. 2 times they've had it. They've given away breakdown turners, like you said, and that's allowed Cathedral just to play their game.
Yeah, not able to get any momentum, and so it gives a chance here for Cathedral to score their third try. 17-0 their lead in the first half, about 90 seconds to go. This is the boys' competition. 8 sides enter today. We're watching Field 2 at the West Coast Sevens, the year 2025. Kickoff just needs to go 10 and does. Contestable, Oceanside let it bounce. Try to knock it back. It's anybody's game. It has been picked up and then knocked backwards. It's okay, we play on.
Really unfortunate there for Oceanside again. The kickoff's giving them a bit of trouble. They almost got the luck of the bounce there, but referee deemed it was knocked on, and that means it's more Cathedral pressure in the right areas of the field. And a scrum in Sevens is a very dangerous attacking platform. There's, 6 players plus the 2 9s. You're getting to 8 players sort of trapped in a small area of the field. That creates space, that creates opportunity to attack from, as long as you can get the ball out cleanly.
Oh, Corbs, I'd like to see you in a 7 scrum. You just need one of you, my friend, and 3 opponents. Here we go. This scrum, a little messy, but they still keep possession. That's Boyle yet again. Boyle around the fringes. Cole Boyle for the line. What a magic little scrum off he is. And the dive to go as well. Fabulous from Cathedral Catholic.
Really impressive stuff there, and it's unfortunate for Oceanside. The ball almost getting stuck in the scrum there meant that almost Oceanside overcommitted, thinking there was a chance to get it out, and then that meant that then that short side became open. Boyle, who looked like he was almost getting hounded, sees the space, and he can use his sort of pace on the outside. See, that little bobble means that Oceanside bite more on him, and that step sees the space, the overcommitment from Oceanside with the pace and the awareness he has. You can't give him opportunities like that.
Cole Boyle making a name for himself around the fringes. Kick goes over. It's half time. It is 24-0. 4 tries in the first half from Cathedral Catholic. They have been fantastic here against Oceanside. And you mentioned Oceanside haven't really had a chance to get their hands on possession, and it certainly has cost them.
A reminder, our half-times are brought to you by Falcon West. Off the field, you're still a winner. The Falcon West Academy helps athletes build careers. Learn more at falconwest.com/academy.
Yeah, what an interesting first 7 minutes we've seen. And again, it's all about the width you mentioned, Corbs. Head coach, the Polar Bear, has really drilled his side well. Ryan Mattis is there in the mix as well. And how great it is for these players, Jay Cassidy also, to have this coaching crew. They're really playing with patience.
They really are. And I think, they've hit the ground running. This is their 3rd competition, so they kind of knew what they were in store for, and they kind of got fully up to speed. Where Oceanside, obviously, it's the first time we've seen them in these West Coast Sevens competition, and they just looked a little bit shell-shocked. A few little errors, tipped the ball to Catholic's hands, and then they never looked back. So I think if you're Oceanside, calm, lads. Let's hold on to the ball. Let's see if they can defend us, because right now they have not had any attacking opportunities.
Yeah, spot on indeed. You see the halftime huddle there with Oceanside coaches just getting in the mix. They've got some really talented players. See what they can do here in the second half coming up at the West Coast Sevens. Marquise Goodwin is there, one of our officials as well. World renowned here. And that's the great thing about the West Coast Sevens, pulling, not just the players. Of course, we've got staff, we've got referees, officials, commentating crew on the other field as well. I mean, we're the A team, but the B side is they're still doing well, aren't they?
I know, you got the B side over there on pitch 1 with Will Hooley and Jeremy and co. But here, it really is an absolute treat, and it's something I'm very proud of. Why we wanted to come here and actually work with the West Coast Sevens. This is only their 2nd year, and they are growing. Next year's going to be bigger and better. There's hope that this could eventually be a collegiate qualifier. The future is bright for this competition, and we're really grateful for them investing in the resources they have, so we can bring it all to you.
Second half is underway. Oceanside in black, kicking off from right to left. They trail by 24 points against Cathedral Catholic, and it is a knock-on there. Almost had possession of the kickoff.
Almost got it back, and that would have been what they talked about at half-time. Let's get these kickoffs. Let's get our ball off theirs, and let's go make sure we take care of our own. Really unfortunate, a little bounce went against them, but at least they're in the right areas of the field. Here is when you can put a little bit of pressure on the skills. See if you can force a knock-on, a little bit of a scrag possession. You get the ball on a turnover here, chances are you're in a good position to score.
Exactly, playing in the right area of the field. Carmichael, Inferno, Armback, J. Serra are some of the other teams here as well, including the Falcons and Belmont. So 8 brilliant sides. Here's Kingston Hawkins, throws a pass, hits the deck. Bull picks this one up, one of the try scorers in the first half. 4 on the board for the side with possession. Now they go on the outside. Dylan Trower looking for a switch. It does come the way to Oceanside. Chance for them now to make something of this. The arm comes up, penalty towards Oceanside. Max Rukono is there. He goes quickly. Space here on the left-hand side. Looking for a big friend and frame. Getting very close to the line. And over! Oceanside are on the board. What a strike that is. And a score from Luke Hensley.
Big Luke Hensley getting it done there, and it was exactly what we talked about. Pressure Cathedral. Don't give them the space and the time to use their pathing, use their width. They were in their faces, putting pressure on them, and that got them the intercept, the tack back, and then you have big number 18 Hensley there. He's been in the San Diego Legion Academy. He's a hard man to stop. He's got the long arms for the reach, and referee deems that is a try.
Beautiful try indeed. They're on the board 24 points to 5. Just what the doctor ordered to start out this second half. Now the momentum, can they get possession back off this kickoff? Gavin Dude goes high, the chase is there. Ragundo comes down on it. Times the tackle well on Hawkins. Tries to force possession back at that ruck time. He stays with Cathedral Catholic. Now here comes Landon Hawkins. The sophomore beats one, still going. Some beautiful footwork now. There's space on the outside. Some nice hands from Alex Strasner as well, the sophomore. Oh, the little goose on the outside. The goose is loose. Reese Redder flies it back in. Hawkins is there. Cathedral Catholic have space on the right-hand side, but they keep it tight. And that one has gone forward.
Unlucky there from Cathedral as they came to play a little bit of magic in their own half. Hawkins looking very dangerous out there. And when you can get 2 players to bite on you, that's when you start creating space. That's when the offload game and those little moments become very valuable. And just unfortunate there, a forward pass, or they might have been away for another.
Here's some lovely interplay. The skills that this team possesses is fantastic. You can see why they've won an event like this before in the past. Cathedral Catholic High School doing really well. Remember, 8 high schools in this, as we said. Coming up after this, we have the college action. GCU against Miracosta, then Cal against SDSU. J. Serra against Carmichael. Boys will finish off here in the first block of games on field 2. It's gone backwards here for Oceanside. They scoop this one up. Hitting the deck there. Here's Max Rukono. The counter ruck is excellent here from Cathedral. Now the space on the outside again. The little ball there. Support runners. And he will score again. It's Reese Redder, who has been everywhere today. Not just down his first try underneath the sticks.
Another textbook sort of example of how you play rugby there, and it all started for me with that breakdown turnover. And sometimes there's not a shot at the ball, but it's the counter ruck that got him here on the edge. And then you see Reeder, who hits Larson, and Larson is dangerous. He's got pace, he gets on the outside, but he keeps his arms free. That offload back to Ryder means that he gets in under the sticks, and just showing how dangerous turnover ball is in sevens if you can move it and expose the space it creates.
Yeah, great support lines as well on the inside. 31 points to 5 right now here in the second half. Phenomenal work here from this young side. Cathedral to kick off again after scoring. Chasers come down on Oceanside. Big shot comes with Hawkins, flicks it away. Ritter is there yet again. Just scored that try. Looking for the big frame. Hudson Stockmeyer to take it upfield. Loose one. Stays here with Cathedral. Trent Ball's in there as well. Now around the fringes goes Hawkins. Oh, he's a sleek racing snake. He'll score a hat-trick in this first game. And Kingston Hawkins, the captain, gets it done.
Another dangerous try there from Cathedral. It all came from getting the ball back off the kickoff, which is really putting Oceanside under pressure. But then Oceanside tried to really commit at that breakdown. 2 players going into a counter ruck is very dangerous in sevens, and that meant Hawkins was able to poach a little space on the outside. Here, 2 players in there means there's no one on the short side. Hawkins knows that. He's got the speed to get away. That's really clever rugby from Cathedral.
Superb vision. 38 points to 5. 90 seconds to go in the game. This is match 1 on field 2. Under 18 boys, this kick towards the touchline. Oh, beautiful take from Oceanside. Almost away down the fringes and a step back in field, does superbly. Robertson. He's been a live wire for this Oceanside side. Try scorer moves it away. Does Hensley. Now it's a beautiful dummy in midfield. Beautiful dummy. Looking for the line. Wonderful skills from Deacon, Maeva. And Oceanside have a wonderful try. They're second in the game.
Wow. Oceanside showing what they're capable of. You know, it's been frustrating to see them sometimes not have possession, but that shows how dangerous they can be with ball in hand. Robertson with the take, backs his speed. They keep possession, and that opens up the play for Maeva in the middle. That show and go creates a small disconnect, and then he has bags of pace to expose that little space.
What a highlight reel for the socials as well. Gotta love that. It's a beautiful thing about sevens. You might not win the game, but there's some special moments in those 14 minutes. Oceanside go high with a kick. It's a massive hanging kick. It does sit down in the end for Cathedral on that far side. Retta yet again beats one. Reese Retta. Some beautiful footwork. Now fires up Alex Strosner, the sophomore support gear linking up from Cathedral Catholic. Back on the left-hand side, there's Hawkins yet again, skipping free. Landon Hawkins this time. Support as they loop around. Trent Boyle on the burst to the 22. They're up 38 points to 10. Final play here of the game. Now, a low tackle support arrives from Reddy yet again. Another little goose. See a massive goose a bit earlier. He's got to get on that goose stepping competition a bit later. Now they move it to left-hand side. Here's Landon Hawkins, support aplenty. As they find hot stepping ball on that far side. Some good tackles coming in here from Oceanside as they drive the legs. Alex Strosner again. This time the penalty to Oceanside. They want to tap and go quickly to score one more try in this game. Maeva scored one already with that beautiful dummy. Gets rid of one. Now just outside. They're 22. Fitzgerald is there in support. And the arm comes up, Corps with a big tackle. Offside play, in fact it is.
Yeah, these penalties are keeping our game going. Even though clock's in the red, you can't finish on a penalty. And that means Cathedral going to have one more chance at it.
Trent Boyle it is that scores to close out this game. And what a victory it is to open things for Cathedral Catholic. They have scorched the earth in the opening 14.
Really, really clinical performance there. 43-10 over Oceanside. That is a statement start and showing that they are here to mean business. I remember seeing Matt Hawkins after the last stop. He was very frustrated. They fell to Carmichael. He said, next time we'll be back. And this is why. You've seen him. He's fully loaded with his players, and they came to play.
They really did. The last kick won't go over. But it is a big victory in the end for Cathedral Catholic that win this one by 43 points to 10 against Oceanside. A last look at that last try.
And it was Boyle, the show and go. He says, Maeva, what you can do, I can do better. He gets one back there for Cathedral. And that is the exclamation mark on that opening performance from Cathedral.
Yeah, congrats for Cathedral for that victory there. We're going to switch across to match number 2 while the players thank each other. GCU coming up against Miracosta in the college coming up next. And Josh Shabata and Dom Ribley will have the call for that one coming up shortly. Don't go away.
And welcome back, rugby fans, to West Coast Sevens here in beautiful Oceanside. Joshua Shibata with you with the very talented Dominic Ridley. We have our first college match action here on Field 2. GCU, the Antelopes, coming all the way from Phoenix, Arizona, taking on the local boys, Maricosta Spartans. Dominic, this is our first chance to see some college action here on Field 2. What are your thoughts on this exciting matchup?
Well, it's going to be an interesting matchup, right? We got the local boys with plenty of Polynesian flavor with the Maricosta team against a Grand Canyon team that's a pretty young program, but under the stewardship of Brent Weber, looking to make an early statement with this game against the locals.
That's right. I got a chance to speak to Coach Weber from GCU. It is a very young team, a lot of freshmen and sophomores here. Last year, they came away with the third-place finish in the West Coast Sevens tournament, so of course they want to capitalize on that. They did appear in LA, wasn't exactly the best showing, but they definitely want to come back here in our third stop in Oceanside.
Right, and on the Maricosta side, Coach Ian Creeley looking to steward his team. One of the issues that you have with this type of Maricosta team, with it being a community college, is building long-term continuity, right? So generally speaking, it's a 2-year program, so you've got players shuffling in and out. The main thing that Coach Creeley generally tends to focus on is building continuity within his team. Can his team function together within this shortened format of rugby?
And as you know, Dominic, with your experience with rugby, especially at the college level, that continuity is invaluable.
Absolutely. So we'll see here. We got Austin Reeves handling the refereeing duties with us on the center.
And GCU in the purple going on your screen from right to left, and Maricosta, the Spartans, with the white and bluish-black stripes at the top. We're just seconds away from kickoff here. Number 15, Brennan Boyle, will be doing the kickoff duties here for GCU. And here we go with the kick. And we are underway here at the West Coast Sevens. Great take by Maricosta as they are stopped instantly already with a penalty against GCU.
You need to release the ball carrier when he goes down before you attempt to contest the break.
And there you go, Maricosta with the break already. Look at that with the speed. Number 11, Reno Teatawa. He is going to go untouched under the sticks. Beautiful try, Dominic.
Great individual effort by Taitoa there to really set the pace down the sideline. Off the penalty coming from GCU.
And now we're just waiting for the conversion. It looks like Taitoa will be taking his own kick, taking his time, catching his breath. I mean, he just sprinted right off the bat.
It's a great way to start your morning.
Oh, definitely here in Oceanside. And the conversion is good. 7 points are scored. Maricosta 7, GCU 0.
So in sevens, the scoring team will take the ensuing kickoff. So GCU will have an immediate opportunity to strike back and go on offense themselves.
That's right. And right now it looks like Reno's doing everything. He will also be kicking off to GCU. We'll see what GCU has in store for the comeback. It didn't go 10, that kick, but GCU decided to play it. But Maricosta right on top of them. Fast defense from these young players. Looks like number 3, GCU, Lau Maka, trying to offload. There's the ball. Pass. Good pass to the side to number 1, Ollie Tomlinson. Ball cycled back by GCU. Ooh, not the greatest of passes, but good recovery by Nigel Johnson. Ball cycled back. GCU trying to spread the field. But Maricosta, their players are very, very fast. And you can hear the coach, Brett Weber, saying go wide. Unfortunately, slip of the pass for GCU. Maricosta recovers.
Just a little too tight, a little too hard on the pass and the run.
Yep. Maricosta now trying to counter, trying to find an opening, but GCU's defense stifling right now. Now we're shifting to the left side or the blind side of the pitch. Nice pass Oh, just one man to beat, but GCU able to stop Miracosta.
That's Kingston Fatili out on the wing. Miracosta coming back to the near side.
And GCU again, defense is stifling here, and they get the penalty.
Great job there by Vance Disney on the poach.
And GCU passing right now, not exactly the crispest. It is an early match, so maybe a little bit of the jitters in the early morning, Dominic.
Got a little knock on there from Kaya Anglin-Smith. But yeah, absolutely. Pass is not going hand, a little bit low. The early morning jitters, maybe a little bit too much frost. Hopefully they can pick it up and get a little more crisp.
And now we'll have our first scrum of the match. GCU's Vance Disney with the put-in. We'll see what kind of set piece we'll have here from GCU. You see on the far right side, we got the three wingers spread out. Vance Disney passing the ball, shifting down. But again, Miracosta very fast to get to the ball. GCU now trying to shift it to the left side. Nope, decides to go the other way. Ollie Tomlinson gets taken down by Miracosta. GCU trying to find an opening. Miracosta not giving them any. Great tackling by Miracosta, but GCU fighting for it. I think he might have lost the ball, and yes, he did, unfortunately.
So what you're seeing here, Josh, is Grand Canyon is generally tending to play a little bit narrow between the 5s and the 15s. Generally speaking, keeping the level of play in the narrow channel in between the 15-meter marks. So here you see in the knock-on from Joseph Leopai. Sorry, thank you. Some of these names are a little bit difficult. In the try zone, unfortunately, for GCU.
And now our match official trying to get the boys set correctly here for the scrum. And now we have the put in by Miracosta this time. Let's see what kind of set play they have ready. A little bit sloppy there, I think. And they did. GCU capitalizes on the mistake with a try. Beautiful heads-up play. We'll find out the number of the player. I think it might be Ollie Tomlinson. But great heads-up play. That put in, unfortunately, bobbled, and Ollie Tomlinson was able to drop on top of it for the try.
So again, in rugby, where we put it down, where they actually put the ball down is where they kick from. So the sideline kick goes wide. It's 7-5 in favor of Miracosta. Midway through, with a minute and a half to go in this first quarter.
And what a great try. Yes, that was Ollie Tomlinson with the try. And unfortunately, the kick by Brendan Boyle doesn't go 10. So when we have a kick that doesn't go 10 meters in rugby, unfortunately, that becomes a turnover to the other team. So Miracosta now with a chance to strike back.
So Miracosta have a free kick here.
And early try. Wow.
Reno Taitoa again.
Wow, this guy can do it all. Slick moves, takes GCU completely off guard, and he runs right under the post.
Here we go from Taitoa, just a nice easy one step and go. And he's through all the way down. Nice, great individual effort by Taitoa.
That is his second try. Taitoa has a brace now here for Miracosta, and he's going to put the extra 2 points on top of it.
An immediate answer from Miracosta there to the GCU try. Fantastic individual effort there by Taitoa.
Now, Dominic, how much of a gut punch is it when you scored a try and then your opponent instantly scores right back?
Right, well, it's about doing the regular things, right? The things that we are in control of when the action's not happening. So in this instance, GCU not getting the ball 10 meters on their own kick was really crucial to being a turning point in flipping the momentum back to Miracosta.
And here we go, GCU trying to flip the momentum back, but unfortunately ball doesn't go to hand. So we have a knock on, and that is the half. So our score going into halftime, Miracosta 12, GCU 5. Now, Dominic, what is your assessment here? I know it's just the first half, first game for both of these two teams, but what did you like about the play from both of these sides?
Well, we see a lot of individual brilliance from Miracosta College, particularly with Taitoa, obviously, and with GCU trying to find that continuity, trying to play together as a team. With this last try from Taitoa, we saw a little bit of line integrity, right? A break in line integrity, where we saw Nigel Johnson from the Antelope shoot up a little bit too hard, which gave Taitoa a gap in the defense, and just an individual effort to one step and go and put it under the post.
Now, when you are ahead at the half, what do you think Coach Ian Creeley is going to be telling his boys in Miracosta?
Given what I'm seeing out there, I would say that he's going to continue to say press the momentum, right? Find your strike players, keep the ball running through Taitoa. Whereas on the Antelope side, it's really about ball control, right? Maintain possession, go through your phases, be under control, and work as a team.
Great insight by Dominic Ribley here at field number 2 on the West Coast Sevens. Our final stop here in our 3-event tournament. We had our first event in Los Angeles, second event in Stanford. Now we are here in Oceanside. 2-day event. First day is pool play all day. And then we will go into the semifinals and finals on day 2 tomorrow. And here we go now with the second half. Miracosta with the kickoff to GCU. Once again, Reno Taitoa, who's done it all for Miracosta. All 14 points, or looks like maybe it's just 12 points. Maybe he did not make that second conversion according to our scoreboard. But all 12 points scored by Reno. And he kicks off. GCU with the good take. GCU's got to try to make a score here. Danger man Ollie Tomlinson, who scored GCU's only try in the first half with the ball. Passing the back, cycling to the side. See if they can get the break here. Miracosta trying to scramble for some defense. But here we go with the run. He is all by himself. And we have a try by number 15, Brennan Boyle.
Fantastic whales by Boyle. And again, GCU spreading it out a little wider, getting into that 5-meter channel, giving Boyle the opportunity to stretch his legs. And a fantastic job by Boyle to finish and convert his own try to make it 12-10 in favor of the locals now.
And now at GCU, of course, kicking the ball back to Miracosta. Let's see if Miracosta can respond back. This has been a back-and-forth game, Dominic.
Yes, it has, absolutely. Tomlinson, very good on the takedown.
And Miracosta trying to break through the GCU defense. GCU's defense has been pretty stifling so far in this game. And Miracosta trying to find the holes in their quick plays, quick passes. But again, stifling defense by GCU. Ball slips out, but Miracosta is able to recover. Trying to find an opening. They are playing dangerously close to their own try zone.
Here comes the wheel man.
Will he make it a third? Is he going to get a hat trick? He is, unfortunately, not a lot of support for Reno Taitoa. Ball is turned over. Ollie Tomlinson. Pass doesn't go to hand, but recovery by GCU's Joseph Leopai. Joseph trying to break through. Miracosta now on defense. Unfortunately, ball's turned over.
Don't stop playing. Here we go.
Miracosta, number 9.
on the break.
And he's on his own. And he's going. I think he's got a 20 with GCU. And there is a try.
Hi, Anglin Smith.
Beautiful, beautiful try.
From chaos comes mastery from Kaya Anglin Smith with the loose play. And I think Antelopes have to be a little bit let down there as they kind of gave up on the play. Think of the referee, Austin Grace, would blow it dead. As we see Anglin Smith from the base of the ruck Just a lot of tired legs out there, right? Taking it under the post, putting it down himself. Taitoa converting the try, making it 19-12. Midway through the second half here.
And a little cheeky kick there by Reno for Miracosta, but GCU able to recover it. Let's see if Ollie Tomlinson, he scored a try already. Can he do it again? He's able to pass it to number 4, Sione Kangaika. Unfortunately, forward pass, turnover to Miracosta. We're about a minute and a half left in the half. Plenty of time here in sevens, Dominic.
Absolutely, plenty of time for GCU to get back to even in this game. But again, tired legs, tired arms, ball just goes a little bit, passes a little bit low. Here's Tomlinson down the sideline, making the break. And Johnson just can't complete that pass to Vance Disney. Oh!
And unfortunately, there was a penalty on the put-in for Miracosta. So now GCU with the ball. Can they come even in this game? Miracosta now with the defense. GCU's Joseph Leopai trying to break through. Penalty called against Miracosta. GCU is going to capitalize. Will they score? And they do! Try by GCU.
Aguirre just powering over his defender there to put it in near the post.
And unfortunately, it looks like the conversion no good. Crucial miss for GCU. So now with about a minute left, down 2 points. Let's see what GCU can do. Let's see if Miracosta can hold off the Antelopes. Oh, ball not to hand, but penalty called. Offsides.
Antelopes a little bit too eager there to play defense. Step early.
And here we go. Wow, Reno is just an amazingly talented player, just skipping through. They've made so much territory. And Miracosta now knocking on the door. GCU looks a little shell-shocked and they look a little slow, but ball doesn't go to hand. Can GCU capitalize? Dominic Beck's trying to make a way through. There's the open.
Nice offload there by...
And there's one man open on the side. There it is. Willie. And he gets through. Try time by Miracosta.
Kingston Fatile finishes the fantastic try from Miracosta to put him back up by 7 with the conversion to come.
Wow. That was amazing. We're waiting for the kick to come. Talk us through this, Dominic, this play right here.
Great little dish out the back door by Dominic Becks. Then the recycle by Aaron Nariza. And just that finish and fantastic individual effort there by Fatili.
Miracosta now with the lead. The kick was no good. So Miracosta 24, GCU 17. We are approaching the last 2 minutes of the match. Again, plenty of time for GCU to strike back. Oh, what a tackle. But yeah, unfortunately was high. But that's unfortunately a yellow card as well for Miracosta. Number 9, Kiai, he just scored the try for Miracosta now with the yellow card. GCU with the one-man advantage. Will they score? And they do.
Alex Javier Gutierrez down the sideline. A man up. GCU now within 2, looking to take a quick kick here.
Now again, that last conversion was a miss. They should be tied. So this conversion kick, very, very crucial. And unfortunately, it is no good. And that is the game. According to our match official, Wow, what an exciting matchup. Your final score, Maricosta 24, GCU 22. What an exciting game, Dominic.
Fantastic effort. Unfortunately, Olsen's kick there at the end of regulation falls short and wide. Antelopes just left it a little late, right?
Yeah, I feel it really is. And again, those conversion kicks miss could have made the difference in this very, very close matchup. Well, coming up next, we are back in college action. We have Cal, powerhouse of the North, taking on San Diego State University. And we're going to have the all-star team of Corbs and Dallas Stafford being your broadcast team for that matchup.
Ready to rumble here for match 3 on field 2 after what a thrilling performance in this last game we just witnessed. And now it's time for Cal, the champions in Los Angeles, the champions in Stanford, looking to go 3-0 here at the West Coast Sevens. They take on San Diego State University as players take the field. I'm Dallas Stafford alongside Les Corbisiero. Corbsy, my friend, we've seen some great games and it only gets better.
It only gets better indeed. We just saw a huge upset in that last one. And if this team was to be upset, it would be newsworthy. But Cal have been the premier outfit across this competition. They're one of the most prestigious schools in American rugby history, and they're taking on a big-time underdog in this one, SDSU. But these guys have came to play. Every game, they put it out on the line. They're coached by Scott Bracken. They've got Ryan Mattias, Nick Lupin as well, a former San Diego Legion. A really good and upcoming program, and they're getting a chance to test themselves against the best in the West.
And Cal coached by the legendary Jack Clark and Tom Billups here as well. We are gearing up for this crucial kickoff here. 8 collegiate sides to battle. We've got 8 high schools here as well. They're just waiting to get things going here. And this Cal program, so impressive. Oliver Teague, the MVP at Stanford. He scored 6 tries in that tournament. Solomon Williams, the MVP in Los Angeles, scored 4 tries. So 2 standouts. And then what I like too about their program, there are 2 sides playing some of these events. Some of their younger players are now mixing up with their top side.
Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal, and it's one of the things that Jack Clark told me early on in the first sort of opening one. He said our 2s are, a little fresh. They haven't had quite the time we want on them. By round 2, they were sharp. The second leg, they looked a completely different outfit. They started upsetting teams in the A bracket and really shining, and that sees a lot of guys rewarded with opportunities. Keep an eye out as well. There's so many top players in this team, but it is going to be another performance from them if they can go out and put on a win today. SDSU, they have a good style of rugby. They like to play. They're well coached. And this one really is an absolute treat for us on pitch 2.
Players gearing up. We'll be going in just a few moments. Still overcast skies here in Oceanside, Southern California. Matches coming at you thick and fast all day long. We'll be here tomorrow as well. 2 fields going at the same time. Jay Sarah and Carmichael and the boys' high school will come up after this. A short break. Cal a bit later today. We'll go head-to-head with a few of their sides. They're in a bracket with Long Beach State and UCLA as well. So some brilliant teams in action. Here we go. Cal kicking off from right to left. SDSU in black and red to receive. First take inside their 22. As they bolster upfield through Christian Farias. Cal tried to pick this one up, but give away a penalty, so it's a quick tap. SDSU straight away off to the races, looking for support on the inside. Little dummy show as they set a contact point here. Alistair Elridge is there. Second penalty in a row comes their way, Corbs.
Referee's hot on the breakdown. I think Cal got to have a little bit more patience there. You're giving SDSU a chance. You can see they look to strike fast. This time they're getting... That kick, very costly, not making touch.
It's play off. Cal picking this one up. Got it down. .22-meter drop out here for the Bears. But you're right, that kick, if it just had rolled out, would be attacking line out for SDSU. These small moments in the game, and there's nobody marking it, so it's a quick, clever play here from Cal. They've got possession. A little fend there. Jack buys it as really well to the halfway line. Lays it in support. No grass, goes to the right-hand side. Better width here from Cal. First touch for them, they take it wide. Look for some big steps on the far side. And a no-look pass is genius from Cal as they rage towards the line. Stunning try to open up this game. And the men from California do the damage.
Wow, oh wow, Dallin, that was a little bit of fanciness out there. The no-look round the side, absolutely outstanding bit of skill, trying to get the number there so we can give the props where they're deserved. But that little bit from the number 15, absolutely sensational from Macy Coy, and that really opened up the channel for Cal to strike and get their first points of the West Coast Sevens.
Nate Comiskey, the try scorer, after getting that no-look pass over the top. A wonderful 5-pointer to get us going here. The conversion will fall just short. It's 5-0 Cal lead. Kaminsky with a beautiful try. What I love about this Cal side, they're not afraid to do the Sevens fancy things.
Well, they just do all the nuts and bolts well. One of the things I think you've got to give them credit for has been their kickoffs. That last one, SDSU did a great job at getting back, but the 2 stops, the hang time, the ability to pressure these kickoffs, they've got all the nuts and bolts and the fanciness as well.
Oh, almost getting it there. Jake Buzzer jumps up high. SDSU claim this one. Christian Farais does really well with possession. Now inside their 22. A little bit of pressure here for the San Diego State University side. Penalty does come the way for the Cal team, and this is inside the red zone. Philip Enstrom does well to the right-hand side. Here we go. Numbers to burn. The big frame. Brian Bogner will score. It's the second try for Cal. All too easy, but it's that kickoff pressure that started the try.
There's no stopping Bogner from that sort of range. We've seen him over 2 competitions be an absolute force out here. But it all started from a breakdown turnover, and they'd been a little costly early, Cal, over-hunting at the breakdown. That time there was clear separation. They got the turnover. Referee gives a penalty, and then there's no time to defend your line when you're out of whack there and you've turned the ball over, and Cal strike just like that.
The extra 2 goes to the side, 10-0. Bogner on the burst, gets the second score. The side in blue and gold smiles early on as Massey Coy goes back to the halfway line. And here it is, as you mentioned, off the kickoff. Looking to put this one just up the middle. Clever play again. That's vision from Cal to the right-hand side. Kaminsky scored one already. Has another crack himself. Fires one over the top. Basketball pass to Coy on that far side. Reaching for the line. He's there. The 3rd try for Cal.
Oh, my days. What a little bit of magic there. The short little kick from Edstrom just set up. You know, SDSU, they've been under pressure from some hang time. They're worrying about catching that ball in the air. They leave a little bit of space at the front, and that's all Cal needed to get in there. That little kick off, they gather, they move the ball, and then Coy showing he's not just, you know, slick with ball in hand and able to sort of offload. He's also a finisher. The handoff, the reach, the finish, getting the ball down before he goes into touch. Really, really sharp play there.
Classy Coy has their 3rd. They're up 15-0. And what a kick that was from Philip Edstrom. Just needed to go the 10, and nobody was marking it from SDSU. So good, strong, dominant lead here from Cal. 2 to go in the first half. West Coast Sevens round 3 here in Southern California. This very high kick towards the touchline, jumping up and knocking back in the field to play superbly. Wow. Jack Bazio does unbelievable work off the kickoff. Kaminsky in midfield. Enstrom looking to take Bogner out wide. Here's Coy. Scored one already. Beautiful right-footed step. Oh, and the fend as well. Coy's electric. He has a double, consecutive tries, and makes it look easy.
They're making rugby look a very simple game out there, Dallin. Their kickoffs, they're getting it. That was a sensational bit of athleticism to keep that ball in as it looked like it was going straight out. That gave them the ability to keep possession, to recycle, and then they've just got too many weapons on the edge. You know, you've got here, look at this hang time. You think that's going straight out. He jumps from in the field. He gets it back. That is allowed. They then recycle at the breakdown, and that's all they needed. Bogner puts Coy away on the edge, and he is a danger man. He's created, he's finished, he's electric. He has all the tools out there to be one to watch today.
A delight for our audience watching around the country and abroad. It is 20-0. The Bears from California lead with 4 brilliant tries. What a take on that last kickoff. Can we see something similar again? They go high, giving a chance to jump up and almost collect. It's a tackle in the air, so it's a quick tap here from Cal. Brought back to the mark. That's where it is. No, Grass is there. Looking for straight up the middle. And the gap opened up for him. Driving their legs towards the line. A couple meters out. Here comes Cal looking for their fifth. And they will dot this one down. Cool as you like. Jack Bazio scores after some brilliant work in the build-up.
This is what I call getting stuck in the washing machine. Cal did this to teams all across the weekend on the last two stops. If they kick off, they get the ball back, and then they look to strike. They got the penalty. That meant that Grasse had acres of space in the middle as the defense fanned out. They recycle. Comiskey puts it away to Bazio. They're making it look easy, but that is not easy. It's all starting from great fundamental skills, and that's a strong half of rugby to start. 25-0 Cal open up. And one thing you got to notice from there, you can't see, but we can see, Dallin. Jack Clark, Tom Billups, no emotion. Stone-faced, strictly business. They know the game of sevens is a marathon, not a sprint. They're keeping the hammer on these boys to go out and play every minute out there in this competition.
Amazing opening 7 minutes we've seen. Cal with a 25-0 lead. It's filled with talented players across the board.
And for SDSU, we talked about it being, a big step up. They're coming in underdog status. They're getting a chance to play one of the premier outfits in U.S. collegiate rugby. But it's also an opportunity to test yourself against the best, to see what you're doing. As much as they're shell-shocked, these players will learn something. They have to find a way to keep possession. Kickoffs have to be, they've got to stop the bleeding there and get that back, and then they've got to back their D. When Cal have the ball, go get them. Don't let them do the fancy stuff. Don't think you can contain them. Put their skills under pressure, because man for man right now, Cal are beating their opposite number. And it really sets up, if you're Cal, hold on to possession, make sure that we keep doing the same things, back your fundamentals and your basics, and then feed the speed.
Oh, well said, Corbs. I'm not going to add much to that, my friend. You got it covered, buddy.
And just so we're talking about covered, if you're talking about insurance, Falcon West got you covered. Don't just get coverage, get trusted expertise. Falcon West Insurance, protecting what matters since 1981.
Second half about to go here. In red and black, you saw SDSU. That's Jack Clark from Cal, with Tom Billups on his shoulder. The champions we mentioned at the West Coast 7 when we played in Los Angeles and when we played in Stanford as well. You got a chance to do those events that were fantastic, weren't they?
They were so good, so good. And a quick touch on those two coaches, Jack Clark and Tom Billups, future Hall of Famers in any Hall of Fame in rugby that you'll ever see in America or around the world. 30 national championships Jack Clark has to his name. It doesn't get much better than that.
And you can see the side putting on a clinic as well. 25-0 Cal lead. They've got possession straight off the second half. Around the fringes they go. Beautiful work from the Gazelle on the outside. And back in field superbly. Seamus Dealey's there with a long-range try. Dealey gets it down. And what a try that is from Cal.
Dealey was a stalwart across two legs. You saw him itching on the sideline, waiting to come on. He was stretching the hips, getting the mobility, and that's why, for a big man, I think Gazelle, very fitting there, put the hammer down. He's got pace, he's got size, and he's rangy with ball in hand. He's a real handful out there.
Quay looking for the extra toe. It's 30-0. Just like they wanted to start the second half with that brilliant possession and keeping ball in hand as well. It's a nice-looking strike. It sails over. 52-0. Dealey with a try. Coy with a conversion.
And this is what we're talking about. Dealey gets that offload away, gets it back, and there's no stopping the big man from there. Really fantastic stuff. But it was really him who created it with the break in the first place and showing that versatility. And then finally we have an error at the kickoff from Cal, and that gives SDSU a chance to get actually some possession in this game.
Alistair Aldridge with a quick tap here for SDSU. What can I make of this? Haven't seen much possession yet. Farais moves it across the field. Spears is there as well. Here comes Austin Wang, setting a contact point at the halfway line. SDSU going for the width on attack, but they're being shut down, so they've got to cut back in field. That's good hands in the end. Ronan Green does well. Now finally brought down. Wang is near the short side. Green. There's a bit of space for Wang now on the outside. Can he capitalise? Big strong tackle. Kaminsky comes in. SDSU though find themselves in the 22. Danger time. Possession now. Elridge to the right hand side. Big tackle comes flying in. Deets hit down, so they've got to reload to San Diego State. The bounce ball is okay. Green picks up, throws one dummy, and he hits the ground as the Gazelle comes in. Coach is shouting, let's go. As Ronan Green again looks for the little step, draws a couple beautifully, wing on the outside will score. Beautiful creation from Green. And Austin Weng touches down for San Diego State.
That is more like it for the home team in SDSU. You saw with possession, they can frustrate Cal. Cal like the 7-up defense. So if you can find a little bit of a crack, there's no sweeper when you go 7-up. And that's all he did with Dealey. Got both players to bite there. And that created the space for Weng on the outside. And it was beautiful play. They started to hold onto the ball. They showed a few chinks in the armor of Cal that they're going to have to make sure that they tighten up in D when they play some of the big dogs, and it just shows how valuable possession is in the game of sevens.
Ronan Green as well, the creator, lovely footwork, drawing those two players in. And they're on the board, 32 points to 5, 3.5 to go here in this game. 8 collegiate sides doing battle here at Oceanside. Just a few minutes from the beautiful coastline. There's Green. Now drives a slow kick. It's gone a bit too far off the boot. And will go out the back.
Unfortunate there from SDSU, as you know, they wanted to try and compound momentum, and instead now you're giving Cal a chance to tap, and Cal got workhorses. Look how quickly they're in position and ready to go. It's the nuts and bolts of what they're built on.
Here comes Coy, looking to free up the Gazelle on the outside. Oh, beautiful work. Seamus Dealey gets a second score, and the Gazelle is loose.
Textbook here from the tap. SDSU at 6s and 7s, not time to get set, and that little switch from Kamitsky then gives Coy an opportunity to bite in, and Dealey, after getting done in defense, will want to make up for it, and that's exactly how you do it. He goes and gets a nice try for his team, taking 2 men with him over the line.
Great work there from Coy, as you said in the build-up. He's looking for the extra 2 from the sideline. They lead 37 points to 5. Strike will pull it to the left. But they've come back really nicely. You said it's all about momentum. SDSU, given that kick too long, all of a sudden gives Cal another chance to attack, and they capitalize.
Absolutely. They're just a well-oiled machine. No emotion. Purely on task, work hard off the ball, well drilled in their basic skills. That is the program that they're in. Credit to the coaching staff and credit to these players for going out and executing as well, and really getting a relentless sort of performance in and not just sort of tapering off, because when you're 37 points up or 32 points up like they are now, it's easy to switch off, but not this team.
No, this Cal side are so well drilled. They'll get another attacking scrum set here, and it mentioned it's all off the kickoffs as well. You saw a flying machine there from Dealey, putting all sorts of pressure, giving them possession back. Coy will feed this, looking for some creative backs to attack with. The Bears. First scrum of the game. Coy now loads it across field. Grasset moves it across. Some big steps there. Oh, beautiful work. Bazio will score off the left foot. He's beaten 2 or 3 players. It's all power.
Dangerman out there, Baezio in the middle there, and just as you're thinking Cal are going to spread it wide, so did SDSU, and then it just takes a step against the grain to create something. As they move the ball, there is space on the edge, so you've got SDSU on a bit of a drift. Someone bites in the line, 2 steps against the grain, beat 2 players, and that's all she wrote in that one as Baezio goes and gets another one in this game.
Jack Bazio, what a player. But Cal, so well drilled, solid scrum. Conversion added, it is 44 points to 5. They're cruising here in their very first game. Last play to go here. Then it's rest time and back on the field again. 8 collegiate sides, as we mentioned, in 2 different pools. UCLA is here, and some other big name schools as well in this tournament. And that is the full-time whistle in this game. It is Cal, the side that won this one by 44 points to 5 against SDSU. They've been in fine form to kick things off in this game.
really shows, you know, how high the quality can be of some of the collegiate rugby in the United States. Obviously, SDSU, a growing program. They'll have a lot to work on, but they would have learned a lot from that experience. But if you're Cal, that was pretty ruthless. They gave SDSU a moment where they had some possession. They got one try. Other than that, Dallin, it was 13 minutes of absolute domination on point. Jack Clark, as much as he looks stern, I'm sure inside his head he's pretty happy with that start to their third leg of the West Coast Sevens.
There'll be a smile there. We get ready for the next game. It's Jay Serra against Carmichael, and bringing you all the action here in the NA18 boys, it is Josh Shabata and Dom Ribley up next.
Welcome back, rugby fans. The West Coast Sevens here in beautiful Oceanside, California. Joshua Shibata with you, as always, with me, Dominic Ribley. Dominic, we have another exciting matchup in the high school A pool now, with Jay Serra taking on the Carmichael Hawks. The Carmichael Hawks were our high school boys winners in Stanford.
Be an interesting matchup here for the upstart Jay Serra Lions. Looking on our left in the red and white hoops, with Carmichael on our right, moving right to left in our green and gray hoops.
So this is going to be an exciting matchup. As I mentioned before, Carmichael Hawks technically are champions from the second stop, coming into stop number 3. You know, they're definitely going to put a competitive edge on Jay Serra. This is the first time Jay Serra is taking part of our West Coast Sevens tournament, and of course we are very excited to have them with us.
The local boys here, Jay Serra from San Juan Capistrano, so very close by.
Mm-hmm. And here we go with the kickoff. Jay Serra, number 13, Will Rice with the kick. Carmichael Hawks with a nice take. And you see that they're moving quickly to the left side, running with those really nice looking green and yellow hoops. And now ball being cycled back out. Carmichael Hawks with a lot of fast players. They love to run with the ball in hand, and they are doing that right now. A little bit of physicality as well. Unfortunately, not able to hold on to the ball.
So you had Isaac Gomez taking it down the far channel, trying to offload out the back. Unfortunately, it just didn't go to hand, and a forward pass there as he was going into the tackle. So there'll be a turnover and scrum down to Jay Serra. So their first opportunity to handle the ball.
And there you go. We'll see what kind of set piece the Jay Serra Lions have here, as they have their 3 wingers out onto the right. Ball is put in. And here we go. Oh, kind of a mess there with the... Oh, nope. Jay Serra able to maintain with the ball. But again, Carmichael Hawks on them. But the breakaway. Number 13, Will Rice with the try right there.
Fantastic individual effort there by Rice. And as you saw there from coming out of the scrum, Jay Serra was playing a very narrow channel in this high school realm. So here we see again, you see Rice with the conversion on his own, and here's the replay. Very good job of getting the ball out from the scrum, and just a great individual effort from Rice there. Finds the gap as Carmichael shoots up a little bit too quickly, and Will Rice is through, finds it himself, converts his own to make it 7-0 to the Lions here early in the first half.
And again, as we've mentioned before, Dominic, how crucial it is to see what the response from the team that just was scored on. Again, Carmichael Hawks coming in with the title from Stanford, maybe taken a little bit by surprise by Jay Serra.
That's right.
Nice take there by the Carmichael Hawks.
Good take by Gomez.
We'll see what they do here. Like I said, they are fast and They love to run with the ball in hand, and there you go. But Jay Serra, wow, Jay Serra right on him as well. Unfortunately, pushed into touch.
Fantastic chase there by number 9, Lucas Farrar for the Lions. We really thought that Logan Morris would have been away as he's looked for support, but wasn't able to just finish it himself.
You know, honestly, Jay Serra, very surprising. This is our first time seeing them here in the West Coast Sevens. I said that the Carmichael Hawks are fast, but Jay Serra pushing them in the foot race. And we have a line out here to Jay Serra. Beautifully played. Jay Serra, though, having them play in their tri-zone. Oh, beautiful tackle, but great offload.
Fantastic offload. And absolutely necessary when you're in your own tri-zone to not get caught in a ruck there.
And it looks like penalty, unfortunately, against the Carmichael Hawks for not being on their feet.
Number 14, Seti Perona, called for not releasing.
And there, Jay Serra, oh, good tackle by Carmichael Hawks, but he wasn't held down, able to continue playing with the ball.
Owen Shaw released the ball, so he's able to get up and keep playing.
And again, Carmichael Hawks with the defense right on the ball. Ball spills out. Knock on called, so advantage to Carmichael. Beautiful no-look pass. Unfortunately, though, play is stopped. And we do have a couple of hurt players, including a Jay Serra player that unfortunately is down.
So referee playing a bit of an extended advantage there for a knock-on. Ball coming back to Carmichael. Got a Lion down on the field.
And I don't know if the match official realizes it. Right now, right now Jay Serra playing technically with a man down. But
we're going to go to time off here.
Yeah.
Safety first, always the priority in rugby, particularly with a man who's sort of in the line of action.
Exactly.
So we're going to take a break here, tend to the player down on the field for Jay Serra.
Now, I know we've only been playing half here, Dominic, but again, Jay Serra, new to the West Coast Sevens. Carmichael Hawks, they are the pedigree in this high school boys division currently. What have you seen from Jay Serra that they're doing so well?
Well, again, that was just a great individual effort and a bit of a break in the line. But one of the things we're seeing from Jay Serra, is particularly at this high school level, when you're working on new skills, is as you're moving from your left to your right. Generally speaking, we're all right-handed. Mm-hmm. Our passes going from left to right is off our weak hand. So Jay Serra, we saw in that first instance, was running a very, very narrow channel. You saw the outermost wing was well within the 15-meter mark towards the middle of the field, really trying to keep it more compact, more vertical, not really trying to spread the ball as you're moving from your left to your right. Carmichael here with their own put in.
And beautiful heads-up play by the number 9, Bryce Abood. And he puts it down for the try.
Yeah, great job by Abood, recognizing that the opposing scrum half had just moved too far infield, needed to stay and cover the back door, but he left it open. So as you see here, you see the number 9, the scrum half from Jay Serra just got caught on the wrong side of the scrum. Great recognition by Abood and able to dot it down. And a close, but not able to convert there from Rupeni Rukovau.
So that means the score is Jay Serra still ahead, 7-5, with a little bit under 2.5 minutes left in the half. Carmichael with the kick. Oh, ball goes nowhere, but it bounces favorably to the Hawks. They get the ball back. Unfortunately, ball slips out of the hands of the player. Match official calls a penalty for a high tackle.
Give him a high tackle there. He's got to keep it below the shoulders.
Quick play there by the Carmichael Hawks. They're trying to get into the 22-meter zone of Jay Serra.
Let's see which way the referee goes here. So no release from Jay Serra.
And the Carmichael Hawks again with the quick play. But again, there's a lot of blows from the whistles from the match officials. Jay Serra better be careful. we might hear that infamous double blast from the whistle.
Right, so you can only play it quick once. Second one, you got to reset, so the referee takes it back to the mark.
And Carmichael now on the attack. Number 14, Seti Perona with the try.
Great individual sidestep there, double by Perona, and he's going to attempt to kick the extras from the back to the front. Now, we see this in tournament play oftentimes because we just don't want to chase the ball into the dead ball area. So in instances where the try is scored between the posts, the man will just kick it from the dead ball area back into the field of play. And here we see Perona again with the show and go, steps back, 1-2 men to beat, and puts it down under the post. Fantastic job by Perona there.
And with that kick in the conversion good, Carmichael moves ahead 12-7 here at the half. It looks to me, Dominic, maybe that early try by Jay Sarah woke up the beast that is the Carmichael Hawks, because now they're looking like the team that was playing up in Stanford.
Absolutely. Right, a lot of talent there. And on that restart from Carmichael after their score, able to regain the possession because of the height. And Jay Sarah got caught a little bit flat-footed, didn't really reset to retake the kickoff in timely fashion, so got caught scrambling. Carmichael took advantage, got back on the front foot, and again, great individual effort there by Perona with the double step under the post.
All right, rugby fans, rugby players getting ready for your next career move. Check out the Falcon West Academy, built just for you, with Group 4 launching right now in this month of October. And now we're getting ready for the second half here. Carmichael Hawks again with the lead, 12-7 over Jay Sarah.
So the Lions well within striking distance. Teams are going to flip sides.
Again, another exciting matchup here at Field 2 at the high school level, Dominic. We could smell an upset here with Jay Sarah.
Absolutely. You're well within a one-score game, right? A converted try puts Jay Sarah back up on top here as they will receive the kick. So again, you're looking for how well does Jay Sarah operate within the set piece, right? Carmichael, much more enterprising team, wanting to play a free-flowing, open game. Can Jay Sarah control the open piece? And we'll see here, can they retain the kickoff and maintain possession themselves?
And here we go, Carmichael with the kick. Beautifully high kick, yes. But, I was going to say, beautiful take by Jay Sarah. Unfortunately, ball bounces right out of his hands into the Carmichael player's hands. Ball pass, unfortunately, does not go to hand, but a good play by Rupeni Rukoval. And here we go, number 14, Seti Perona. He already scored a try earlier in the first half. And he will get the brace. You can hear his side saying, slow it down, let the clock run. And again, a player doesn't have to score a try automatically. He can take his time, and he does.
Just a nice, easy inside-outside move by Perona. He converts his own again, taking it from the dead ball space back into the field of play. Putting Carmichael up by a score of 19-7, I believe.
We'll get that checked on our scoreboard in just a second. Either way, Carmichael with the strike. Again, showing their pedigree here, taking on Jay Sarah. Another beautifully high kick and a great take by Carmichael. That was beautiful.
Cash Lazar just doing the things that help your team win.
And there he goes.
Opportunity.
Perona gets the ball again. Sorry to interrupt you, Dominic. Perona gets the ball again, slips out, but into the hands of Rupeni Rukoval. And again, Carmichael doesn't have to score. Interesting. Rupeni, not being selfish at all, passes the ball to Linus Mudd.
Linus Mudd puts it in under the post. Will Mudd get to convert his own?
And you can notice Carmichael slowing down the pace. They are taking their times with these conversion kicks. letting the clock run down.
But you're really starting to see from this Carmichael side the swagger, the confidence that they have that led them to a victory up in Northern California on their stop there, showing themselves as challengers to the Cathedral Catholic team.
And I have to do a quick shout-out to Linus's Mud's biggest fan, his younger brother, 3 years old. I know he's watching. He wants to follow his brother in the footsteps of playing rugby. Super excited about this matchup.
Cash Lazard is just putting the ball on a string, up high, giving his team the opportunity. It's just he's really controlling the game for Carmichael here.
And Carmichael on the attack again. It looks like Jay Serra doesn't know where it's coming from. And another try by the Carmichael Hawks.
Well earned, worth the efforts that he's put in with the boot. Really doing all the things, the little things that help your team win.
Yes, Cash Lazard putting down the try. Interesting enough, isn't taking the conversion kick. He's giving it to Rupeni Rukabau instead.
Let's see what Rukabau does here. This Carmichael team just showing a lot of skill across the board.
Yes, exactly. And here we go. Walk us through the replay here, Dominic.
So you're going to see just a nice, easy break, right? Again, line integrity broken by Jay Serra. And Lazard able to pick up the pop pass from the tackle. Here we go on the restart again. Great high ball. Jay Serra just not converging to the kickoff.
But Jay Serra able to get the take on that one. Nice, good grab by Jose Medina. Let's see if Jay Serra can counter-strike and hope that this game doesn't get too far out of hand from them. But the Carmichael Hawks, their defense is on them. Ooh, dangerous pass there, but fortunately goes to hand. Jay Serra able to cycle the ball, trying to work the edge right here. Good tackle by the Carmichael Hawks. Good support, though. Jay Serra not finding too many options to go. They're trying to shift the ball now to the far right. Here we go. Jay Serra running, gets tackled at the ankles.
Great effort by Cadillo there.
Oh, good head of play by Carmichael. A little footy skill. Will it go? Yes.
Does he get it down? Looking to the side, Judge. Does Linus Mud get it down? The referees are going to converge and talk about this one.
I hope he does, because that was a beautiful play. We don't have a TMO here at West Coast Sevens. We have to rely on the AR, the assistant referee. Unfortunately, it is called a knock-on.
Unfortunate there from Mud.
Let's see if we can see. Let's see if we can see the replay here. There's the kick. And, hard to tell at this angle.
Great job by Jay Serra, Cameron Lambert to stay on the ball, make the tackle, and knock the ball out, depriving Carmichael of a fifth try in this game. Seventh try, excuse me.
So now Jay Serra with the put in, well in their territory. They need to move their way out to prevent any more of the bleeding here in this high school matchup. And there you go, Jay Serra trying to cycle the ball out, trying to get as far away from the try zone as they can. Here we go, this might be the break. Carmichael, though, with some amazing defense. And you can hear the side here on the Carmichael Hawks side saying to spread out. Jay Serra, though, again, nowhere to go. Great tackle.
Might have lost the ball in contact there.
And I believe you are right, Dominic. Actually, penalty against Jay Serra.
Yeah, picked up by the AR.
And now, unfortunately, the double blast of the whistle. And that means someone's going into the sin bin. I think Jay Serra's a little confused of which player it's being called on. And there you go. Unfortunately, yellow card means 2 minutes in the sin bin here at the Sevens game. Very, very important. That means basically Jay Serra will be down a man for the rest of this matchup. Oh, great interception by Jay Serra, but...
Just to come back to that, I believe that the referee assessed Cameron Lambert with what we would call cynical play, just not retreating intentionally after a penalty, preventing Carmichael from advancing quickly after on the penalty conversion, penalty play.
Got it.
Moving back on offense there.
Got it. Good
so
call.
Jay Sarah already struggling, going to be down a man for the rest of this match.
And according to our clock on the screen, of course, this isn't the official clock with the match official, but on our clock, it looks like time is up. This may be the last play of the match. Let's see if Jay Sarah can at least score one more try to give themselves a little bit of positivity as we go through. Great movement.
Spin move there by Will Rice.
Will Rice, the only try scorer for Jay Sarah, but now Carmichael bullying Jay Sarah back. And they are not letting up on Jay Sarah. Jay Sarah's got to figure out some way to get the ball, but unfortunately, knock on. And that is the match. A dominating performance by our Stanford winners, the Carmichael Hawks, with the final score 30-7. And now for Field 2, I believe we have a break. Our next matchup coming up onto this field will be at 11 o'clock between Belmont Shore and Oceanside. Another amazing matchup in our high school boys B pool division. Again, stay with us here at the West Coast Sevens. I know a lot of you are watching on our TVX Sports YouTube channel. We will be back here at Field 2 again at 11 o'clock with our next high school matchup. But plenty more amazing West Coast Sevens excitement for the remainder of the day. Pool play all day as we lead to our championship matches tomorrow, Sunday, here at Oceanside. Again, stick with us. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West. Because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Anyone can be all they can be. But it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
All right, we are back at the West Coast Sevens here on pitch number 2. It is the high school boys, Belmont Shore versus Oceanside. Belmont Shore with a last-minute winner against Torrey Pines in their first game of the day, and Oceanside suffering defeat to Cathedral Catholic. Will, you're here in the booth with me today. We already got to see Belmont. What are your thoughts of this outfit?
I'm already excited again, Ian, because the talent that we saw in that opening game that they had, and as a last try win as well against the Falcons. So know everything about who are the dangerous men for this Belmont Shore side. As for Oceanside, loving some of their coaching staff. We know Dom down here, a lot of experience. He's been with the San Diego Legion before, and they're young guns. I'm also interested to see how they get on. It's a big ask for Oceanside, but I love this high school rugby action.
Yes, Oceanside lost to a very strong Cathedral Catholic outfit, but they've got some very good bowlers out there. But they are in with, again, another really tough challenge with Belmont Shore. As we said before, previous men's sevens club national champions, and they have, of course, won national championships under 16s and under 18s with their youth program as well. So they are a very storied outfit, coached today by Johnny Pua, who has been a stalwart of the Belmont Shore Rugby Club for a long time.
Looking forward to this one, Ian. There is one missing ingredient to this game, and it's a really important ingredient. It's a referee. We are waiting for the referees to come out here. We're also joined by Isabella Corral, who's going to be here for half-time, getting her reaction on proceedings here on TVX Sports Media. Great job all round.
All right, the refs have made it. The mics are on. The socks are pulled up and the pink jerseys are on. It looks like we're ready to kick off. It'll be Belmont Shore receiving. And if there's anyone you want to look out for, Majesty Apu for the Belmont Shore team. Got himself a try in the last game, and he was also assist merchant for 2 of them. So keep an eye on him today. He's going to be wearing number 8 for Belmont Shore. High one goes up. And it is our danger man we talked about right away, stepping and getting an offload away. And Belmont Shore already find themselves in a little bit of space. There's rat tails, and there's a few very, very long rat tails right on the edge there. We can see from number 9, number 8. Anytime you see a rat tail like that, you know they got to step in that right, Will.
Yeah, they have to. They literally have the license to do it.
Looks like it's called for going backwards there, and it is a little step in the middle of the pitch. Belmont Shore have a chip in behind, but it is Oceanside that did have a sweeper, and they'll recover now in their own 22. Fakes to put the boot in the ball, fakes for a little pass over the top, and he's chopped down in the middle, and Belmont Shore are going to contest this ruck, and it looks like it's popped out on their side. And now territory has been won, and Belmont are in a scoring opportunity, but again, breakdown gets hit. Oceanside have the ball, and they decide to go quick. A minute of play gone, and we haven't stopped, Will. Nice carry down the edge. They tried to get an offload away, but it's down at the knees. He just jogs past it, and we're into the Belmont half now. One pass, another pass, and then we have a carry. The tackle's just an arm one, so he goes through, and we're nearly up to the 10 metre. Every single ruck is contested to the max, and it's number 9 there with another fantastic rat tail for Oceanside. He drops one over the top. Step off the left from the big man, and we're under the sticks. And against possibly the run of play and against predictions, Oceanside are taking a lead against Belmont.
It's a great start for Oceanside, and it's a lovely little offload. Yes, the big man gets over under the sticks, but keeping the ball alive. How many times have I said that today? Especially when someone is doing so well, a team is doing so well, to just move the ball from the point of attack, sucking in defenders, and then getting this brilliant offload away. Fantastic. There's a little out the back, little cap flap over the top. And number 18 for Oceanside gets under the sticks. And I have to say, I forgot almost how good that left foot step was.
It was very good. An absolute banger off the left foot there, but you've got to appreciate that offload getting away. You know what, nearly from Oceanside, when you're playing against such a strong team, maybe you got to go risky at the start. I know that might sometimes result in a blowout, but you might also get yourself ahead as well. just as we say, that ball doesn't go 10, so we are going to restart on the side of Belmont Shore. It's a tap in the middle, it's a right-footed step, and we're going to the edge now to the danger man, number 8. Pugh is taken down, and there's a counter ruck from Oceanside, but there's a calmness from Belmont Shore, and they just pick at the breakdown, throw it out the back, and again they're in possession. And it's to our 2 rat-tailed boys on the edge there. Number 6, Mackay Harris throws a step on, comes into the middle of the pitch. The breakdown is heavily contested there. That's Samuel Fitzgerald, and he managed to win himself a turnover for Oceanside. We're 7-0 up here against Belmont. Little tap over the top. Nice little step, they hold on to the ball. And again, remain in possession. A little bit disjointed in the middle for Belmont, but they managed to reset. But as they do, there's no one home, and the chip goes. That's a great decision, but it's recovered here. Nathan Umatsu for Belmont does the hard work to get back. They stall the ruck a little bit and then pick around the fringe. And the man with the green gum shield dummies the kick, steps off his left, and can he go the whole way? He got one in the first game, and he's got one in this one. That's Zavala with a try.
He was lethal in that game against Falcons. He is the man you want to get the ball to for Belmont Shore. It's the step and the acceleration and the 70 metres of work to get over the line. Fantastic opportunistic play. It was just that left foot step that just opened up the space. That defender was just over chasing a little bit for Oceanside, and Zavala made a lot of use of it, getting over for Belmont Shore's second try. Really quality individual bit of play.
And as Umatsu lines up the kick, we're going to remind you of the word that we used in the first game, which is opportunity. As the replay gets on the screen here, Will, what are you seeing from this Belmont group?
Well, honestly, this is just individual brilliance. It was then the step and the go. It wasn't the left foot, it was the swerving right foot. That was maybe the left foot step that I was alluding to earlier. Beating the last man. Great heads-up, opportunistic play from Savali. He sees it and goes for it and absolutely backs himself.
And how hard is it, just as Oceanside go and try to chip through, but it comes off a leg and it comes back to Pugh again. And Oceanside under pressure from that restart. But it's a scrappy one, he taps through. Looks like it's gone backwards. After a few taps off the knees, after a few messy rucks, it is on the side of Oceanside, who go down this right-hand touchline, go to chip again. That looks like to be their strategy here. Possibly Coach Dom recognising that there is space in behind. They're still in possession. And you can see a few Belmont bodies with the hands on the knees around that ruck. Does that mean that there's some space out wide? Tap again. And it's our number 9 on the outside, again with a step. They're playing a little bit narrow, but that's fine for the moment. Ball doesn't go to hand, but it's not a knock on either, so we're going to play on. Out the back, and this one does. And we'll take a little bit of a pause, and there's a few tired bodies out there. And look at the effort that Oceanside are putting in to try and get a score. And it's really tough, isn't it, playing against a team like Belmont, who have so many X-Factor players that any of them could just score when they need to. You feel like any one of these players has a try in them every game.
You've got to be on your P's and Q's as a defence. Can't have any lapse of concentration, particularly as well as both these sides, particularly Oceanside, are just deciding, well, they might pass it, they might kick it over the top. There's a lot of variation. It's been a bit scrappy, so you just wonder whether maybe you want to just play the percentages and keep the ball in hand. But it is also asking questions of Belmont's defence. They get the ball back now, so now they'll mount the attack. But so far, we have a really tight game in our hands, Ian.
I do love the variation that Oceanside are showing. But again, with a lot of variation comes a little bit of indecision, which is what they're struggling with right now. But it's 7-7, and they're doing well. And just as we say that, the danger man has a carry. Tries to do himself a little bit, but again we got the try score, and just because of that little bit of effort over the far side, they might have some space down the left hand touchline. Ball gets away now. That's our number 6 for Belmont. Mackay Harris has a little skip. Can he beat the last defender? He can't, and it looks like it went forward, and we're going to play advantage. Oceanside player on the deck looking to place the ball back. Referee calls a penalty for Belmont. Good fight in the counter ruck from them, and just a simple carry will do it. Number 10, that's Julian Lawty, and Belmont go ahead there 12-7.
Yeah, deserved probably in the end, just for the passage of play. They kept hold of the ball. and moving it from one side to the other very quickly. They found it on the far hand sort of touchline, the space, but didn't die with the ball. Again, we'll keep talking about moving that ball away from contact. It's such an easy thing to say, but really the team that has done it the best usually ends up with a try. Conversion goes over as well, Ian, so it's a full 7 points as we take a look at the action just before. So good work just to stay grounded.
And you can see there just a possible knock-on from Belmont, but you mentioned fairness. Sometimes there's not any fairness in sevens. That is sevens, isn't it? Referee trying so hard to get to the spot. Oceanside could probably count themselves unlucky, but in a game like sevens, sometimes if luck's not on your side in those areas, there's nothing you can do about it. We'll have a look at that's Josh Williams there, who's coach of Carlsbad, one of the more prolific club teams here in San Diego, California. Won a national championship, I think, 3 years ago in Elkhart, Indiana, and they're just having a chat with the boys at 14-7 down. Still a close game. We've got Isabella here with me in the booth. What do you think? What have you seen from the Oceanside team? Is there anything that you think they can do to get some ascendancy against this Belmont Shore team?
Well, I mean, first of all, just coming out here and saying it, Fitzgerald Samuels is who I'm noticing. This kid is really just jackling the ball any chance he gets. He's doing a great job. The team in general has great footwork, just getting to watch it, doing a good job chipping the ball from the Oceanside perspective. They're coming out there on the pitch, and they're looking like bulls seeing red. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm just seeing a lot of aggression putting forward, and I'm hoping that translates from ball to hand. You know, we saw a couple grubs on their side and just getting that kicked straight into a player and then having the pushback and a turnover of possession. So I'm excited to see what they can do. From Belmont's standpoint, though, they're doing great on their tackles. They're making it. Their IQ is so noticeable. I'm watching these boys literally use their peripheral as they're running, gaining those meters and those yards, knowing exactly when to offload, when to hold on to it, and they're doing an excellent job. I've loved getting to see this game, Ian.
Yeah, and just as you said that, the sun is starting to come out, which is fantastic for us up in the booth here. Myself and Will are going to top up the tan, but it might spell trouble for the players, because when the sun starts shining, it gets hotter, and that game of sevens becomes a whole lot tougher.
It's why I just didn't play as much sevens as maybe I should have, Ian. Just knowing how energy zapping it really is. I was probably more of a 15s man, but know how important sevens is as a tool for your skill set and your fitness, your engine. This is where we'll see it in the second half. Who has that extra bit of energy in such a tight game that we've got on display here between Belmont Shore and Oceanside? It could just come down to that last play of the match on who's going to be the winner.
And Isabella mentioned there Fitzgerald Samuel going over the ball for a turnover. You can really notice, especially in the high school, which are the 15s lads and maybe which are the forwards, who are the hookers, who are the back rowers, because they're doing some stuff that you might not see too much in sevens, but it's proving very useful here in the high school game.
They are really, really skilled display, both attack and defence, as we now see Oceanside go quickly from the penalty in, and there's some space on the far side.
Oh, the big man is up the touchline, a little bit of show and go, set him away, and he's going to start the second half with a try for Oceanside to most likely bring them level, because he's trotted all the way under the bar there. That is fantastic work right from the restart. Two on the money passes on front of a player's stride, and then just that little bit of a show set our centre away, and he managed to get an offload through contact to the big man out wide. That's fantastic.
It was a great restart from Belmont Shore. Again, they were the ones that actually got the ball back, but you mentioned the jackling, the turnovers that are happening at the breakdown. It's really physical display from both sides, but particularly from Oceanside. They actually probably prefer to be in those close contact areas. That was the turnover, then got them the penalty, which they moved the ball away from. As now Belmont turn around and go up the other end.
It is indeed 14-14 now, and number 10, Julian Lottie for Belmont, brings us up to the Oceanside half now. We have a little bit of anger now, and it's our man, Caden Grant, who got the pass away for the Torrey Pines win. And they're offloading now. They're smashing rucks, but it's Oceanside again. That man we mentioned, Fitzgerald Samuel, go for the poach, but he's judged not to have released this time. Belmont don't slow things down at all. They say, we want to go, we want to get back in front. And the Oceanside big man again tries to hold him up, but that's penalty number 2 for a high shot, and it's Grant, taps it off the boot, tries to get through, and he scores. To be fair from the big man, that is athletic. He looked like he reached forward with one hand. And the man who helped with the assist for the win against Torrey Pines gets himself on the score sheet now.
Going from one side to the other, that is what's so good about this game. It turns on a dime, and Belmont Shore, just when they were under pressure, we were mentioning how good a try it was from Oceanside. It only took one attacking chance then for Belmont Shore to make an attack and take back the lead. Conversion actually goes over, so that's a full 7 points, and you wonder actually whether these extra points might be vital as we come towards the back end of this second half. Good work from Belmont Shore. They look to try and mount another attack from this restart. Really impressive by the kicking display of Lauti as he gets another high-hanging kick here.
You just remember last time Oceanside actually ended up going the length from the restart, but they've been put under some serious pressure here. The ruck is on the edge in the 5 metre channel, but again passes on the money, but that's a lovely shoot, but you've got to get your man when you do it, and we find ourselves in a very similar position that we did a couple of minutes ago when they got their try, and it's the number 14 now for Oceanside, puts the foot down, he has got some toe.
What a tackle.
Oh, it's the danger man we talked about at the start. That's Majesty Orpu with the tackle right on the 5 metre line, and they're still playing, and he wins the penalty. Fantastic work. Listen, when you're an attacker, when you're a superstar, sometimes that track back work doesn't come naturally to you, but he's done it there.
I'm telling you now, that is the work that I am standing up and applauding. What a defensive effort to track all the way back, make the tackle and then the turnover. Now look what happens. Belmont Shore are going to be attacking out of their 22.
Yeah, they decide not to kick it. They decide not to use the line out, and it's the first try scorer of the game who puts the Jets on again. Ball spills out. We dive on the ball. Oceanside are going to grab it, and we're on here. Throws the dummy, and he's met, but he passes out the back through contact, and it looks like there's no one on front of our big man. Swings one off the right. Is that a hat-trick?
It's got to be.
It's certainly a double, and the first try scorer of the game becomes our most recent. It is 21-19. This is an absolute belter of a game, still with the conversion to come. You can see a couple of messages going on here from each coach. Will, what are you seeing as you see this replay now?
Oh, it was brilliant work from Oceanside to collectively all get back on defence, and then when they turned the ball over, they were all in support of each other. Meanwhile, for Belmont Shore, you saw a few tired bodies from previously, the amazing turnover in the far side. It's almost like their whole team was on, well, half their team was on one side of the pitch, the other team was on the other side. Really disjointed. Oceanside, meanwhile, brilliant collective effort, both in the defence capacity and then turning it over, going the other end of the field for the try.
It's a lovely high hanging one. Neither managed to get their hands on the ball, but it's grabbed by Orpu. And a carry now from Zavala for Belmont. And Belmont are the ones with possession now with 90 seconds to go to try get themselves a game winner. Grant is skipped, and we go all the way to the edge. Looks like it's a judge to go backwards, but Oceanside have their hands on the ball. Where are we off our feet there, Belmont? It looks like we are. And Oceanside have tapped it, and they've gone. They're looking for tired bodies. One pass, two pass from the Fitzgerald Samuel, and another one to the edge. Our man who just got clipped a few minutes ago has proven that he does have the Jets, and he's holding on to the ball. He's not putting it down quite yet. And with just a minute to go, Oceanside have gone up front.
It's a brilliant try, and you're right, showing his last bit of pace to finally get over the try line this time. And with less than a minute, is that the score that gets the win for Oceanside? There is still time. In sevens, it really can change in just a few seconds. But a great bit of handling down that far edge, opening up their danger man in the corner. Number 14 for Oceanside getting over, and it's a converted try as well, so a full 7 points.
Conversion goes over, and it is a 7-point game. And just as we watch this replay, a couple of transfer passes, and our man on the edge puts the foot down to score the try. But remember, 20 seconds to go. Very similar position we saw with the Tory game. Never count out Belmont. And just as we say that, the restart doesn't go 10. And here's the opportunity, Will.
It is the opportunity. I was just about to say how good it was to see that drawing of the last defender from Oceanside to get that pass away. Such a simple thing, but done so well and effectively. The handling was brilliant from Oceanside. However, that kickoff was not. It does allow Belmont now to have maybe one last chance.
They can't get the win, but they can even things up, which will give them a little bit more of a steady path through to the quarterfinals and possibly a little bit weaker of an opposition, and they'll be looking to do that. But most of all, just club culture. Belmont do not want to lose a game. We're carrying forward for lads who look like they could play prop in 15s, and again we use that word opportunity. Belmont are in, and I love this now. Just comes down to a drop goal to even things up. Will, would you put money on yourself at this stage?
I don't know. Maybe myself 3 years ago. Drop goal's hard. Take his time.
And he hasn't. I tell you what, he didn't take his time, but he went for it. Great effort from Belmont there to try and tie things up. But Oceanside with the underdog win. Fantastic effort from these boys. You can see claps from the touchline. They look happy but not satisfied. They know they have more to give as well.
What a great game we've been seeing on display here, Ian. It's a good try from Belmont Shore to give them that chance to even it up. The conversion drifts wide. Oceanside just kept the dog in the fight, and it was 2 dogs in the fight in that one. A really physical game of rugby for this high school action. And in the end, Oceanside, not the team that we thought would win, had picked up a fantastic 28-26 victory against Belmont Shore.
Oh, lovely. Love to see another dog win. We are sure Belmont will be back there 1-1 today. But Isabella, are there any other matchups later today in college or in high school where you think you might see a little bit of an underdog win?
You know, Ian, I am not sure. That is such a good question. Today has been so exciting, getting to see the teams that have excelled in ways that we haven't seen. I mean, Oceanside, they weren't with us up in Stanford, so getting to come out today and not have a good idea of exactly where they're at in their season and watch them play the way they did. I wanted to do a quick little shout out here for number 1 on Oceanside team. One of the Belmont players went down, and the sportsmanship of him moving aside from the ruck and asking him like if he needed help up. I mean, that just shows you the gentlemanness. This is, you know, Will, I've heard it said before that rugby is a gentleman's game, but it is played in such a brutal way. You know, it's one of my favorite things about rugby, getting to be here with everyone today, and just see the teams that are taken to the pitch and excelling so well. High school has done an amazing job. We've gone to see Oceanside, Belmont, Cathedral Catholic, the Falcons all come out here today in this beautiful weather and just leave it all on the field. And you know, I'm trying to not have some ideas of who's going to win and who's not going to win. I'm just letting the boys go, let the chips fall where they may, and it has been so fun to get to see that.
I love that. I appreciate it. Isabella and Will, you've been sitting on the fence, but I'm going to press you guys very soon to start predicting results and give us a winner for this tournament. But if we have a look now on pitch, we've got GCU versus Claremont. Haven't had the opportunity yet to have a look at GCU, but I can tell you, I saw Claremont against UCLA earlier, and they've got a few worldies. They've got a few lads who can break the line. They've got a few passers. They did suffer a little last-minute defeat to UCLA, who have some real ballers as well, but this Claremont team is strong.
It is strong, and ultimately they had a good game against the Toreros earlier on. As we now GCU, keep an eye out. There's a few good names in this team. They've got a really good quality side. I enjoyed watching number 1 Ollie Tomlinson a couple of weeks ago in Stanford. Big guy who gets over the gain line, and ultimately if he goes well for GCU, I feel like the whole attack for Grand Canyon does very well. So here we go, Ian. We're underway.
All right, lovely. They have a single man lift for the restart, and they managed to win a penalty because they're tapped in the air. We're really, really cautious at this college level not to tackle anyone in the air. GCU have a few local boys playing for their team. Nigel Johnson, a local San Diego high school baller. He usually plays in the forward pack at 15s, but if he gets himself on the pitch, he's sure to disrupt this Claremont team. Claremont have decided to go for touch.
Love that.
And bring the territory up. It's something that we haven't seen yet today, but they must back their set piece.
I enjoy seeing it. They back their line out and win it here. They've just gained a quick 40 metres. Why not? So opening up their first attack off a set piece towards the 22 of GCU.
Well, you can obviously see they did a single man lift and they had a really good setup on the restart, so you can presume that they've been dialing in a lot of set piece leading up to this tournament. So just as we say that, the line out doesn't go as planned, and it'll be the first opportunity
great hands
for the boys to attack. That's number 14, Becker, on the outside, has a couple of double steps, throws it back into Gavin O'Leeson, and he's going to be the first one to get the score on the board, and GCU go ahead. Isabella was telling me just seconds ago after I pressed her for a score result that Claremont are going to win by 1 try. She's a little bit further away from that right now, but I will hold her to
She's gone hiding. Yeah. She's gone hiding away from our commentary position after that. Great start from GCU. Claremont, risky move, gutsy move to go and get that line out, which we applauded them for. But in the end, they didn't win it back. So that's why GCU had the free kick and they played quickly. And they got it into some danger men out wide. We talked about number 13, Hollison, who gets the try. But number 14, Becker, kept alive on the edge. And in the end, it's 7 points to GCU. It's their quick transition, though. They literally went from a free kick on the far edge. And within seconds, with 2 passes, they found it from one side of the field to the other. That opened up the attack.
That's Brennan Boyle there with just a little chip restart, what sends them down into their own 22. Claremont under a little bit of pressure now, and there is a penalty won. A lot of the teams seem to be really hot on that breakdown, as number 1, Ollie Tomlinson, has a carry into the middle of the pitch. An opportunity now for GCU to put another one on the board. Nice shoot out of the line from the Claremont D. They're aggressive, and they certainly don't shy away from physicality. The short line was there, but he didn't give it. He decides to go back to Tomlinson again, and he's a strong boy. He carries into 1, takes 2 to bring him down at the end, and is all the way in the right-hand touchline. Spots a little bit of space at the fringe, and we're at the 5-metre line now, but looks like a high tackle and advantage given. Can they hold their depth and just get it through the hands there? It's our try score, and again on the edge, our number 8 has a little step off that left foot. Gene Kendall gets over for the try. GCU 2 tries ahead now.
Strong play, and it looks really well worked from GCU. That movement from one side of the field, the ball's out in front, good skills. Big shout out to Sean O'Leary, who has been part of this rugby program at GCU for a while now, just getting the ball, moving it so quickly into that space, and they pick out that 2-on-1 on the edge. They had the overlap, and just like that, it goes over for their second try. Clean, clinical play by GCU.
Yeah, it might look simple, but they've got 4 passes away in the opposition 22, and they've held their depth for it. So movement off the ball pretty good, execution good, and of course a decent finish from the big man Gene Kendall. Again, Brennan Boyle looks very relaxed when he goes for the restart. He just nearly chips them up. Let's have a look again. He switched the play this time, and again just that little small chip right to the edge of the touchline. Fantastic and well tapped back volleyball style. Referee says it's gone back. Now he says it's offside. Player was just on front of the ball, and it's a tap again. It's our original try score. That's number 13, Gavin Ollison. Gets himself a double so far.
Gone in a blink of the eye, Ian. Literally penalty, tap, go, through. And Claremont never had a time given to try and get back in defence and get set. That's what happens with a penalty. In sevens, a lot of the time, it is just tap and goes because you just want to catch the defence off guard. That's exactly what Ollison managed to do for his second try. And you've got to say with GCU, they look awake, they look on fire, and they are taking every opportunity. Watch this. From the penalty, number 13, straight in, tap and go. And every one of those Claremont defenders are either not 10 metres or trying to track back to get 10 metres and be onside. It was too little, too late. GCU with the next try.
Restart again, all the way to the 5 metre channel. They must have been doing these all week long, because that's fantastic. Right off the restart, and we go in again. That's a textbook. That's a highlight one. That's got to be already up there for one of the tries of the tournament so far, right from the restart.
I'm trying to think of another word for clinical here, because that was incredible. Unbelievable work to the kick, to the gather. It was a quarterback to his wide receiver on that far edge. It was pinpoint stuff. That is the perfect restart. And the athletic ability to get up and gather it in one motion and continue running. 2 tries back to back in such quick, efficient style.
Brendan Boyle steadies himself. He's going to try to tap this one over. It'd be a nice one if he did. But it's just wide and just short.
It was such a good kickoff. I still just can't get over this wonderful kick by Boyle. He's ultimately get that as a try assist. It's incredible work in the air and the offload. That is pure brilliant rugby sevens.
The take over the head is absolutely fantastic. That is a tough skill, maybe one of the hardest ones in the game. So fair play. But the penalty now goes against GCU, and it's Claremont's ball. And they'll want to try and get themselves in the score sheet before half-time. There's 13 seconds to go. It's 22-0. Gives themselves a shot in the second half by getting one on the board. But they're all the way in their own 22 now. And as the tackle comes in, it's knocked on in contact. And that'll be half-time. And I'll tell you what, I've been asking you guys for score predictions. And if you're going to be getting it this far wrong, I think I'm going to be having copies for a long time for free. Isabella, you said that Claremont are going to win this by 1 try, currently 22-0. We can safely say that you owe me a flat white after this game.
You know, listen, I should have known when I was 8 years old and losing to claw machines that I was never going to be good at gambling. So, you know, I will take it being humbled. I will say that Claremont is, you know, they're playing good, but they are getting frazzled. You know, those moments where Grand Canyon gets a hold of it, they get possession. Something that's really important to the viewers at home, when you're working with sevens, there's so much room. You always want to have 2 defensemen on an offensive player. And if the ball is shifting all the way down, you want to keep pushing that defense out to the side as much as you can. And so, you know, they're just missing it. They're not getting that player on the loop, and Grand Canyon is totally able to capitalize on the wings.
Fantastic. And of course, we're back here pitch side at the West Coast Sevens. Big thanks to our sponsors, Axos Bank. What a beautiful day we have in San Diego, California.
I mean, Ian, this has still been a good game. If, you know, going into this game, I didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but I'm really excited to see the ways that Grand Canyon is able to communicate on the field. They do it so well, and they have their spatial awareness is beautiful. The movement of the ball straight into the wings. Offloads are great. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Grand Canyon. On Claremont's side, you know, there are a couple of areas that need a little bit of assistance, but I'm really excited to see how these boys are going to turn it around here in the second half.
Yeah, it's Reagan talking to the Claremont College's boys there, former coach of Belmont Shore and the San Diego Breakers, one of the original professional rugby teams here. So he's very familiar with San Diego as he's trying to give some words of encouragement as they're 22 points down. Anything can happen in sevens, but it's a little bit of a stretch, and GCU are looking fantastic, especially in the restarts, which is really set piece. Ball goes high, and they have a single man lift here who they put up. He's challenged well, and Claremont have an opportunity now. It's actually might be the first time we've seen them in the GCU 22. Ball gets one, we sweep around to the left hand side. Ref calls offside, and opportunity number 2 now. Take a few more yards. Straighten up there from number 9, and we're through. And start the second half. We're on the scoreboard.
Indeed, Ian, the try that Claremont would have really wanted and needed, and it was almost exactly what GCU were doing so well. It was the penalty and the tap and go, and away they went. Fred Zung getting it in that corner. wanting to try and find some space for their danger man out wide, but it came from that tap and go, injecting the pace into the game. That's exactly what GCU are going to have to do, and they're going to have to continue these great restarts.
Yeah, that's 2 fantastic restarts from Tanner Holland, and he gets the ball back in his hands, steps off his left and puts a big one up over the top to Freddie Zhang, the try scorer. And we're on here now. You can see a few murmurs from the Claremont touchline. We might be in it. And again, the indiscipline from GCU costing them. That's 3 penalties in the 22. He's trying to slow it down this time, Tanner Holland.
Yeah, don't think that's the right option for me. Stay on top of the defence, particularly when you get a penalty. Bring the energy. That's what they got to do, Claremont.
Big one goes to Kanoa Parker, and it's Kevin Bender here who carries in the middle. You can see that maybe have a couple of strong forwards out there for this Claremont team. A little show, a little straighten, and a little step off the right-hand foot and a pop off the deck. And now Claremont trying to be a little bit patient just as GCU contest a breakdown, and he's got a win there. Just no one to support that carry. Perhaps a little bit of lack of direction from the Claremont boys as they got up to the 22.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Ian, and I go back to it. I don't want to be Captain Hindsight, but at the same time, when you saw the way they got that penalty, slowing it down just allowed GCU's defence to get organised, and it looks like GCU, when they are organised, that defensive line doesn't look to be giving too many chinks in the armour or too many gaps. For Claremont, I want to see them put the pace on the ball. I want to see them, when they get the opportunity like a penalty, tap and go. Don't allow GCU to get set.
Credit also has to give it to our man who won that poach there. They gave away 3 penalties already in the 22, so I'm sure he could hear the calls of discipline from the bench, but still he has the minerals to go for the poach, and he wins himself a turnover. And again, that's our poach winner with a carry in the middle of the pitch. And GCU look a strong outfit, don't they? Caleb Aguirre there rolling, didn't release the ball as he popped up off the deck, so we will go back to GCU. Couple of passes and they find themselves at the edge. That's Tanner Holland there who gets one away. Lovely little drawn pass. Can we get the finish at the edge? Oh, a little bit of a hitch to try finish it, and referee says it's a knock on. Real disappointment from the Claremont bench here with 22-5. Another 7-pointer would have given us a very thrilling last 3 minutes.
It was a brilliant tackle right at the end here from GCU. A try scorer. Olsen has been brilliant in attack, but showing his work in defence. The number 13 getting across there in the end. And as for Claremont, they were inches out. If they scored that try, they could have been right back in this game. For GCU, though, that is a big moment, and actually, Ian, a big momentum shifter as well.
Yeah, and I tell you what, for me, that was 50-50. That really could have gone either way. But with 3 minutes to go and 18 points to get, it's going to be a tough one for the boys from Claremont. GCU carry pushes off one. Gets right up at the middle of the pitch, takes 2 to bring him down, and they sweep around to the right-hand side. A little step, but he's grabbed. Looks like they've got some speed here on the edge with number 14. And number 10 now, Aidan Castanon. Aidan Castanon, brilliant. Brings it through to number 13, Gavin Ollison. Could that be his third of the day? I think so.
Trying to count, and I think that's 1, 2, and I think 3. But it's not just the fact that it's the try. Remember that this is the man that also got the turnover. Great work to keep the ball alive. And what I love about these offload is they're seeing the support man. They're not just throwing the ball in the air, speculative offload. They are seeing their support runner. They are finding him. It's controlled offloading. It makes such a difference. Ollison gets over and is the try scorer in the end for GCU. And you just wonder now, Ian, that kind of, even though we've got just under 2 minutes, it's a big ask now for Claremont to get back.
I mean, we're only at the start of this tournament, but already we've seen in games turning points, and that was the one there for Claremont. Carry right into the 5-metre channel, outreached arm for the try, which would have brought things within 13 points, but it's a full swing, and now looks like the game's pretty much done for the boys. GCU have done well. And there's still some really positive chat here from the Claremont bench. They don't want to finish like that. They want to get a score. A few substitutes on the pitch, getting themselves minutes at this sevens tournament. But there is a knock on, and referee has called advantage. And GCU try to keep this alive in contact. And just as Claremont have lads onto the pitch, so do GCU. And they all look like strong boys, I'll tell you that. Carry into the 5-metre channel. The ruck is won. And they just have a few yards to go, but we have a knock over the touchline. But advantage is called. That's Nigel Johnson there. And we go into the right, and deservedly GCU have finished that one. They're popping the ball off in contact a little bit, and I think they've played well. They've got themselves a few tries, but if they're to get wins against some of the better teams in this, they'll have to hold on to the ball a little bit better. I'm being hard on them now, am I?
I understand what you're saying, Ian. I do know if you think about GCU come out of this Pool B and meet a side like Cal later on down the line, they are going to have to be really aware of Cal's physical ability in the contact area. They may not be able to get these offloads away so much. But look, at the same time, you can only play the team in front of you. And I've just been really impressed in this match just how controlled that offloading ability has been. And they found those opportunities really well and effectively have made sure that they've taken them. There's been very little times when you've seen GCU not have an opportunity, not take it. So well done to them, deserved winners. And in the end, GCU win this game 34 points to 5. And I'm going to just hop out a little bit and give Isabella the limelight as she comes in to join you, Ian, for this next game. Looks like we have some high school boys rugby action.
Yes, we've got some high school rugby up next. J. Sarah versus Inferno. Both these teams. Inferno suffered a loss in their first game, but they'll be wanting to get a couple of tries on the board here today in the high school tournament. Lovely little show of respect there. Some handshakes before they make themselves onto pitch number 2 here. And Isabella, did you manage to play any high school rugby yourself?
No, rugby is just not that well known in Texas. I wish it was, but I didn't actually hear about rugby like a majority of women until college. So I started playing rugby in college, which has been such an amazing opportunity playing out there for Baylor University. But just watching the caliber of high school, I don't know if you could put me out there right now and play as well as these boys are playing. It has been extraordinary watching them just from the first tournament all the way to, this championship up here, getting to see the ways that they've progressed not only as a team but as a program.
Yeah, it's great to see. Hearing from people like yourself who didn't have the opportunity to play in high school, you realise now that the game has grown slightly, and we're seeing a lot more opportunity in some of the smaller schools to play the sport. So it's fantastic that we can have this high school tournament to accompany the college one here today.
Completely agree, Ian. I mean, all day we've gotten to see teams back to back just leave everything that they've got on the field. The weather's interesting for sure, but it has been such a fun day of rugby here in San Diego.
All right, Inferno are going to be kicking off. They are in orange, so that is symbolic. Really, the orange team are called Inferno, and J. Sarah are going to be in the maroon and white stripes. And just from the restart, we have a knock and giving Inferno the opportunity to play, and they're going to go right down the right-hand touchline and score right off the dot. Inferno off the restart. We've been talking about them all day. Restart not gathered from the Inferno team. Restart not gathered from J. Sarah, I should say.
I mean,
5-0.
Ian, that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. I mean, that's exactly what, as a coach, you would want to see. With only a couple seconds on the clock, a beautiful offload straight into the wing, running it all the way through and into the try zone. Gorgeous work from Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno, unfortunately, a loss in the first game, but they're starting this one very well. The kick all the way from the touchline is going to be a tough one, so it's going to be 5-0. And again, we are going to restart the game with the same way we started. Let's see if J. Sarah can gather this one.
Looking at this replay again, Inferno just grabs it right from the kickoff and a gorgeous offload straight into the hands of the winger, running right through the narrow channel straight into the try zone. I gotta say, if I was his mom, I would be very happy right now.
Levi Godfrey with the restart, and it's a tricky one. He just clips the bottom of the ball there with such a heavy rotation landing at your feet. It's a hard one to gather, and it just bounces the ground, goes back towards Inferno, and ref calls a knock on, and it's going to be their ball. 5-0 up. Good restart from Godfrey. Ref calls for the lads to pack down, and Jay Sarah have a few big boys in the pack and a couple of slight lads with scrum hats on in the back line who we've seen in previous game can really step. But it is Inferno's ball now. Ball goes in. It's not the tidiest, but they get the ball back anyway. But just as I say that, the referee says it's a knock on, so we're going to pack down for Jay Sarah. And can I just mention number 24 there for Jay Sarah? That is one of the flowier jerseys I've seen from the tournament so far, and I personally am a big fan.
Very clean, very nice for sure.
Possession gets turned over. It's going to be the Jay Sarah input. A short line to start the scrum. I love that. I tell you what, you cannot get any more simple than a line right up the guts direct from a scrum.
Completely agree, Ian. I mean, I'm sure they've played this in practice, and it's just such a beautiful feeling getting to actually watch it come into play at a game. It's a quick pop out there from the scrum. Gorgeous pass straight there to a player, Gisera, running it all the way through. You can watch him just mowing his way straight into the center of the try zone, and the kick was good.
James Hiller with an absolute belter of a carry up the middle of the pitch, and maybe that's how Jay Sarah want to play today. Route one, up the middle, no messing around. Inferno taking their time for the restart. It's 7-5 now, and just like that, it's a big swing of play. Now Inferno are back set. We have ourselves a ball. Jack Melnick with the restart. Puts one into the middle just around on the 15-metre channel. It is gathered by Inferno. A little bit of a challenge at the ruck, and they decide to throw it away. But they have regathered. A little bit of a wrestle at the edge of the pitch, and it looks like it's stripped. Linesman says it's gone into touch, and it will be a Jay Sarah ball. They scored directly off a scrum last time, and here they have a line out.
I'm really curious to see how they can capitalize off of this. I mean, you know, honestly, rugby sevens especially, it's very difficult when you're actually in the moment to make plays. But if it's one thing you can make a play off of, it's a line out. But it looks like the ball gets turned over. Yeah,
the turnover there. And there's no better time to score than off a turnover in sevens. But just as that ball goes, it gets intercepted. Number 13 there for Jay Sarah. Jack Melnick, fair play to him, he read that one well. It was a turnover from the line out, and Inferno, they've done the right thing. They've tried to move it to space, they try to go quick off the turnover. Just unfortunately, Jack Melnick happened to read that extremely well.
I mean, that was brilliant. Beautiful work there from number 13. There's so many times, you know, where you get the ball out and you get frazzled because, hey, there was a turnover, but that set up straight back into it, sprinting onto it, and interception of the ball, running right into the try zone was just amazing. I really hope we get a replay here, and there it is. Gorgeous right here from Inferno. Quick pass off right there, passing it down the line, trying to make amends, running with it, and it's an offload straight into Gisera's hands. Number 13 making a gorgeous run that was excellently executed.
Jack Melnick again gets the conversion as well, and he's going to kick off. That's a try, a conversion. He's going to start the restart. He's doing it all for Jay Sarah here. Indicates number 1. And that's just on the 15-metre channel here. Similar to last time, it's fumbled by Jay Sarah, but it's adjudged to have gone backwards. They're going to carry a little bit late to the ruck, and Jay Sarah look like they've won that. And they're getting a little bit of confidence here. It's a scrappy one there. There's bodies all over the place. Referee calls a penalty and advantage. Jay Sarah are going to go quick. They found a little bit of a rhythm now. Man goes to ground. pick around the fringe from our man with the scrum hat. Takes him up. He's still not down yet. It's absolute wrestle, but referee says there's no advantage there. We're going to bring it back to that penalty. I'll tell you what, Jay Sarah, they're going up the middle for a lot of this stuff, aren't they? They're backing their strength.
They're doing exactly what they need to do right now. We only have just a minute left in this period, and they are fighting for it every step of the way, trying to gain every meter that they can.
They really do. They're nothing better at times than seeing just a pick and go in a sevens game.
Couldn't agree more.
And just as that's ripped out of his arms, unconventionally, number 12, James Hiller's going to go in for Jay Sarah. And Inferno started the half very well, but unfortunately now that's the third try they've conceded. Currently 19-5 to Jay Sarah.
You know, Inferno, they're trying their hardest out there, but Jay Sarah is just putting the pedal to the metal right now. I mean, they had a goal in mind, and they decided, hey, we're going to just keep pushing that ball all the way forward rather than trying to get it out to a wing. And they did that inch by inch. They made their way all the way into the try zone. Excellent work from Jay Sarah. I think that they've left it all out here on the field today, and I've been very impressed with what I've seen.
For sure, with the conversion to come, it's going to be a tricky one. A little bit against the wind here in Oceanside. San Diego doesn't go over. We're just going to have a little look at the replay there. It's more of a pick and go game. He managed to get back to his feet, and it's stripped here from number 12. A little bit unconventional. James Hiller gets himself over. They all count. And just as we talked about, Isabella, you can see teams like UCLA tend to keep it out of contact a little bit more. They go side to side. Cal are a physical team, and Jay Sarah seem to have their own identity as well, which is carrying direct in the middle, not taking too many risks in terms of passes.
I think that they were completely aware of, their score point and what they could do with it in that time frame. And I think they did a great job. We tend to see more pushes like that in 15s, less in 7s. So getting to kind of see that and watch it be executed so well was awesome. Truly great work today here from both teams, both Inferno and Jay Sarah, as they are talking with their coaches now. I mean, Ian, how are you feeling after this game?
You know what? I'm a fan of this Inferno team. Godfrey there at number 8, he's got a good kick on him, but just look how positive he is with the rest of the group as well. They lost the first game. They're 19-5 down here. They were unlucky with an intercept, and they're playing against a strong team. And although it's not going too well for them today, the positivity in that group still looks good.
I have to agree with you. I mean, at the end of the day, it is just a game. And as much as we love the sport so much, good sportsmanlike conduct and just, loving on your team is just such an important aspect of rugby that makes it one of my favorite things to watch. Coming out here and getting to watch the way that these boys have laid it all out on the field today, it's inspiring, I bet, for the people at home and be like, hey, maybe I could play rugby. Maybe that could be me out there on the pitch.
Yeah, I think so. And if you take a look at that Jay Sarah team, it's been James Hiller and Jack Melnick who have done pretty well. They've got number 12 and 13 on the back. Maybe they're centres and 15s that decided to keep those jerseys on, but they're combining very well, aren't they?
They are. I really think they are. Coming back into it, we're going to talk really quick here about USA Rugby and how it is proud to partner with the Collegiate Rugby Association of America for the 2024 to 2025 academic year. With the future USA Eagles taking the pitch today, we are pleased to support this experience for all student athletes. Learn more about the USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby.
Thank you, Isabella. It's the second half here. It's 19-5 to Jay Sarah, this local team, and just a little clip of a restart. We've seen it a couple of times, but it doesn't go to hand. And he might be away. Some shouts of encouragement from the Inferno bench. And the ruck is won, and we're up to the Jay Sarah half. Oh, the shoot from a Jay Sarah player, but we managed to get in behind now. There's space. Decides to put it on the boot. We're all scrambling here now. And again, we talked about our man.
And it's a kick all the way back, and they're running for it. Inferno trying to get back possession of the ball, starting pretty far back, but let's see what they can do with it.
We talked about Hiller there, and he's made a really fantastic decision. He's scrambled back. he scrambled back to get that turnover and then just kicked it in behind again, just turning possession all the way down the other side of the pitch. And although Inferno have the penalty now, look at where we are. We're still back in the Inferno half, which is what Jay Sarah have done so well in the first half. Controlled territory.
Completely agree. They're putting the heat to it right now, and the ball just doesn't always go to hand sometimes, but that's okay because they are making their rounds all the way down.
The big man is down the touchline. Can he go all the way? Yes, he can. Number 10, Ron Jorgensen for Inferno. And I'll tell you what, 19-10, no matter what the end of the score is for this game, he'll put that one in the highlight reel.
Oh, I completely agree. That was so beautiful. If we get a replay here really quick after we get this kick, I would love to see it again. Gorgeous pass out right there to the wing, but the ball doesn't go to hand, but it didn't matter because number 10, Ronan Jensen, he ends up picking it up and running it all the way down. It's really far to run. It's really hard to run from that amount of length, that amount of meters, but the way he did that and just kept pushing it forward, I'm positive that he is extremely proud of himself and as well as his team.
He's got good speed for a big man. Managed to use his strength to get away from 2 tackles and still had the toe to go all the way about 90 metres. Fair play. And speaking of big man, we've got another one here. That's a fantastic carry from Jay Sarah and Gather, and they're going to look to attack, but a fantastic little clip tackle from behind. And Inferno are going to pounce on this loose ball, and from what was a little bit of a distance in the scoreline, now becomes 19-5.
Ian, I'm seeing some rugby IQ out here right now. That was just gorgeous. Straight down the middle there from Inferno. They're looking now not really at the players, but they're looking at the gaps, and they're exploiting it so well. It's been awesome just seeing this team. I don't think that this is the same team that stepped on the pitch in the first half. What do you think?
Well, that's our man Godfrey, who's done well. He's got himself involved in the game, and he tries for the little restart. I love the short one. That's fantastic work trying to catch Jay Sarah off guard. It was worth the effort. Let's see if they can scramble now. I'll tell you what, if Jay Sarah go in here, it's unlucky. I really appreciate the improvisation from Godfrey to try restart the game quick. They've probably thought to themselves that they have Jay Sarah under the pump a little bit, so he said, I'm going to try regather this. Really great idea, just not a great execution as Jay Sarah managed to go the full way.
Completely agree. It's times like that when you're just on the brink of it. You made that try that just tied the game, and you want to just get that edge in that quick, short amount of time, but it doesn't always work out the way that it's planned to. And Jay Sarah was just able to capitalize that in a split second and just exploited their way all the way straight into the try zone. So it was a great work on both teams' efforts, and let's just continue on and see what happens.
Nice little decision from Godfrey there. I'm sure he's been hard on himself as a leader of this group that the restart has resulted in the try, but really worth the effort. This Inferno team trying to improvise and try to sneak a win here against this Jay Sarah team. Restart is high again and it's contested. Goes back on the Inferno side. A right hand goes up for the fend off, and we find a little bit of space down the left hand side here. The dummy back inside. We're tackled at the halfway line. He's still on his feet. He's not held. And number 7 now from Inferno, Gunnar Adams. He was just involved in a wrestle on the touchline. Looked like to try to get an offload away. Looked like he was going to try bring him down. And then he just managed to wriggle himself free and goes all the way. And we're back again. 26-24 with conversion to come.
That is the beauty of sevens. I mean, just in a split second, you're able to get from being caught in the bottom of a ruck or caught in the bottom of a tackle to popping yourself up and sprinting all the way into the try zone. And it's a beautiful conversion made, again, by Inferno, now tying the game. I want to see if we could get a replay here if we get the opportunity, but it was gorgeous work on their end. So getting to watch this replay really quick. He makes that offload and it doesn't go to hand, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get it right back up and run it straight into the try zone. Brilliant work.
But we're back on the pitch here with 90 seconds to go. Jay Sarah have the ball, but every ruck is contested now. Oh, number 5 coming in for the interception, but might have won the game. But it's a knock-on. But still, here we are, 90 seconds to go. Ball with Jay Serra, but they're in their own 22. Are they going to try boot the ball, put pressure of territory back in their side, or are they going to try keep the ball in hand and get the winner?
I mean, this is a dogfight right now, and we're going to see what we can do off of a scrum. It's moments like this that the anxiety is starting to seep in, and if they could just push forward, collect themselves, know exactly what they want to do, execute whatever play they plan on making off of this, and do it well, and get that ball into hand and run it in, I think that Inferno has a really good shot here.
There's a bit of nervousness on the touchlines, all right, as the tackle comes in from a 9 and just gets a grab on the hand, which leads that ball onto the ground. But Jay Serra have the ball again, and we're in a similar position that we were. Can some of the danger men step up and get a winner? Both teams have substitutes on the pitch, so it'll be the extended squad who are going to decide the result of this game. Ball's still in the Jay Serra half, and they're ball goes back through an offload, and it comes to our man Godfrey. Can he get himself the reward? He can. The man who has tried so hard to get things moving for this Inferno team. He tried the little short restart, which didn't go to plan, but now he gets the reward by pouncing on a loose ball and perhaps winning things for Inferno.
That was incredible. It's moments like this that you get to watch rugby and you're just like, why doesn't everyone love the game? I hope we get a replay right there on that point, because, wow, that was just excellent on every account. Impressive from Inferno. Watching the way that they're able to just make that hit really quickly and just sprint on it. Honestly, it was a drop and it was a quick opportunity. Stiff arm straight to the ground, and you could see that Jay Serra is just putting in the effort, trying to get him down before he gets in the try zone, but he wanted it just a little bit more. And Inferno makes the win. Amazing work here from the boys.
Fair play. Levi Godfrey, he still had a lot to do once he pounced on that loose ball. Managed to get a fend and a step off the left foot and goes in under the sticks. And a much deserved 33 points on a score sheet. Up next, we're going to have Long Beach State versus San Diego State. A great battle.
Completely, Ian. This is going to be a really fun team to get to watch. I mean, we got to see Long Beach earlier today, and they did amazing work on the pitch, from their ball handlement to their defensive line. They were up on the opposing team, able to put that pressure and just execute it so well against San Diego. And I'm excited to see what they do today here against San Diego State.
Yes, Isabella, I've just allowed Ian to quickly go relieve himself in whatever capacity that might be.
And you know what? That's okay.
It needs to be. It's a full day of action here in Oceanside, the West Coast 7. Myself, Will Hooley, joined by the fantastic future rock star of rugby media, Isabella Corral. I'm always wondering if I'm saying your surname correct, because I know there's a bit of Hispanic in there as well, so do catch me on it if I do say it wrong. What I will not say wrong is the two teams coming up, San Diego State, the Aztecs, local down here in Southern California, against Long Beach State, just up the road, up the 5. Two teams who have previously played in the West Coast Sevens in 2025. They were there for the first leg in LA. SDSU have a great coaching staff. He's not here today. I'm looking around. There's Ryan Mattias, former USA Eagle. He's been a big part of SDSU Aztecs, and Scott Bracken as well. He's one of the head coaches for the Aztecs. You did watch that Long Beach game earlier, though. We did see Long Beach and their ability. They've got powerful, strong runners, as much as also the pace out wide. You've got to think they're probably the favourites for this one, Isabella.
You know, I learned that I can't take gambling bets anymore, so I don't want to jinx them in any way. But, you know, if they do bring the capacity of what they brought on field 1 earlier today, I do think that this will be a game that they shine. When we first started at our first tournament here in West Coast Sevens in Los Angeles, I remember commentating and not knowing anything about Long Beach. I didn't have a roster really, and I didn't have any information, and all I've gained is the knowledge from what they have played this season. And I can tell you one thing, Will, it's that this team is a team to be looked at, a team to be watched, and a team to be appreciated. And I'm excited to see what we're going to see off of them against San Diego State University here.
Well, they got some fantastic quality powerhouses like Elias Lai, but also he's wearing that number 6 jersey, but also number 10, Victor Gomez. I'm impressed by him and his playmaking ability for Long Beach. They have the ball, then wearing those yellow and black hoops against the Aztecs. Beautiful jersey they got. They might actually win best jersey of the day so far, SDSU. Will they win this game, though, as now they get it to the danger man, Lai. Here goes the big handoff. That's a great tackle. Good first early defense from the Aztecs. But penalty just given there. Just showing Aztecs are up for this physically, Isabella.
I mean, I think they are. I think they have the ability to. It's so early on in the game that, they just got to turn that on, and it will be a fire of a team.
Here we go, Long Beach then coming out of their 22. Offload, first offload of the game so far. The ball just bounces on the floor, bounces up to an Aztec player. So just like that, from inside their own half, SDSU now move inside Long Beach's half with the ball. Kept alive. It's number 5, Ronan Green. Just working their way through the center of the field, trying to open up an attack, staying patient this Aztec side as they also now try and offload it, but it's gone to floor. So now Long Beach just have another opportunities. They move inside the Aztecs half. It's a beautiful wraparound play. It's that man Gomez, number 10, who I mentioned earlier, and he gets the first try of the game and a first break. We've been going there for a solid nearly 2 minutes of ball in play, but it's Long Beach who get the first score.
I mean, Will, I don't know if it's the black and yellow jerseys that's happening, but they are buzzing around this team like a bee.
There we go.
There is so much movement happening with the ball. I mean, of course, San Diego is putting on that pressure, but they're just exploiting these tiny little bits, these little gaps in between them, and confusing the team. And half of the time, I don't see where the ball is popping and where it's going. All I know is that it made its way into the try zone, and it was a gorgeous job done by Long Beach.
The kick not to be. So Victor Gomez, the try scorer, but not the conversion. So it stays 5-0. Here's the replay. You mentioned those buzzing bees, those jerseys of Long Beach just keeping the ball alive. It's still flick out the back there from number 12. Harry Seraphin, who just unloaded on to... Sorry, that was not Harry Seraphin. My apologies. That was Antrobus, number 12 for Long Beach. And Victor Gomez gets the try. It's actually Gomez now with the restart. It's a high hanging kick straight into the arms of Lai. So they keep hold of the ball, Long Beach. Move it to that far side. Ball out in front. Good passing. Looping play. The ball is constantly on the move. It's now to the danger man Lai. Keeps it alive with the ball back inside. Long Beach just keep that loops, keep that ball going. It's the step, it's the show, it's the go, and it's the reach over the line. Number 13, Ethan Moxley. And that whole passage of play, Isabella, was fluid. It was just constantly moving, and they get that ball eventually moving over the try line.
Will, when they teach you how to play sevens, that's exactly what you want to see on the pitch. The movement of the ball, there's so much space that you just get tired, and you can't have that ability to always be sprinting 24/7. So if you can use the ball movement to get it all the way down, and I also have to just point out and highlight the way that they set up for a ball when they do realize they get caught out here on the wings, and they keep that depth and that movement. They sprint onto the ball very well. They make gorgeous switches. Their offloads are beautiful. I mean, watching again number 9 right here with a quick little goose step, and 13 who's able to just quickly fake him out. Gorgeous footwork, and he does it twice because he knows exactly where he's at. He has the repetition of muscle movement, which I'm sure was instilled in during practice, and it was gorgeously executed right there. Brilliant try from Long Beach once again.
Balanced. That's what I liked about it. It was a balanced attack, both as the individual and also Long Beach moving the ball. Everyone involved. Now, talking of everyone involved, can SDSU get themselves back into the game? But Long Beach with a brilliant turnover. It's that man, number 13, the try scorer, Moxley, who shows his defensive capacity. And just like that, they're buzzing away onto that far side.
You know, Will, I feel like rugby is more of an art than anything. What do you think?
Well, it's an art when you score tries, and it's another one for Long Beach. Painting a pretty perfect picture, if I'm honest, Isabella.
I have to agree.
And try scoring under the post there, and it's everything that Long Beach are touching is turning out very good.
I have to agree with that. It's beautiful, and they are stinging San Diego where it hurts at the moment. With every single kick, let's see if this is good, and it is clean. Gorgeous work here from Long Beach. You know, there's not really much I could say or critique on their end other than just appreciate what's happening here on the pitch. I mean, number 8 refuses to go down in a gorgeous offload straight into 14's hands. Well, you know, one of the things that I just appreciate about this team is the fact that they're able to reload and recycle their players and immediately set them up for those pockets and sprinting onto the ball. That recyclement there I feel like it's their key right now.
It is. It's definitely something that they are doing so well. Support lines are evident as now SDSU, can they bring that support line onto that offload? They can't. Oh, what a step there from Moxley. He's enjoying himself, buzzing around for Long Beach. He's having fun. You love it when you see people express themselves, as now Long Beach move it to this near-hand side. This is Lai, the big man. He's such a danger with ball in hand. It's a great offload over the top, and number 12 is going to make his way, Antrobus, over the line. And before half-time, we have 4 scores. And they look like they are just purely in fun mode right now.
It's so evident on the pitch today. I mean, my mouth is completely open. I'm just shocked with how beautiful this play is. There's nothing else that needs to be said other than that was brilliant in every sense of the word. If we get a replay right here after we see this kick, I gotta tell you, Will, the way that he gets possession of the ball, draws in the defense, plays this little one game of chicken with him, and then knows his teammate is right there alongside him to offload it is just gorgeous. Watching this replay right here, it's a quick pass out to him. He knows exactly how to offload it, adds a goose step in, adds a second fake out, makes that offload, gorgeous sprint on the ball from number 12. I have no words, Will.
Oh, I wonder whether he just wanted it for the highlight reel. It's good. It's as sweet as honey, put it that way, if we're going with the B references. And talking of the sting, it's been the sting of Long Beach, who have just scored 4 tries in this opening half of this West Coast Sevens game. Pool A, 24 points to 0 against San Diego State. I wonder for Scott Bracken what he'll be saying to his side, because I do wonder, they've got to put Long Beach under more pressure. They've probably been allowed to come into their own. And it's great to be here, of course, in Oceanside, California. This third leg of the West Coast Sevens. We're Saturday. We've got 2 days. Don't you go anywhere. You've got to join us again tomorrow. You're going to be here tomorrow, aren't you?
Of
course you are. And TVX Sports Video are bringing us all the coverage. And another shout out for them, because they cover sports here in San Diego and around the country. Well, they've been doing it for nearly 20 years. And they're committed to bringing in the best live, local and emerging sports. Smash the like button. I love it. They've written that on the sheet. Producer, well done. I'm going to say it as it is. Hit the subscribe. Show your support to the great people at TVX Video. They can pay me later for giving them that kind of shout out. USA Rugby as well, proud partner with the CRAA, that's the College Rugby Association of America, for the 2024-2025 academic year, with future USA Eagles taking the pitch today. Will we see the likes of these young Sevens athletes in a USA jersey down the line? Learn more about USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. Head to their website, head to their social media. It's all out there. Rugby is becoming more accessible. There's some great dates lined up. I'm just thinking around the corner, next weekend is in Chicago. The All Blacks are facing Ireland in Soldier Field. I can say from experience that is an incredible place to play rugby. And then, of course, there's a World Series Sevens to get kick-started underway soon enough. Plenty of rugby action on the horizon. But we're here in Oceanside. Myself, Will Hooley, joined by Isabella Corral. as we've got Long Beach, who are 24 points to 0 up against SDSU, and that's actually the first yellow card. I'm questioning what it was for, Isabella, but
I have to agree, Will. If we saw a replay of it, maybe we could see again what exactly happened there. But that was a very quick off the bat yellow card. Okay, watching it really quick. It looks like, was that an intentional hit or a high hit?
Maybe it was something off the ball. I'm not quite sure we could see it from that replay. But anyway, regardless, Aztecs are down to 6 players, making life harder themselves, and Long Beach will have the attack and the run. And just like that, Gomez is going to go in again. That's his second try for the number 10.
Wow.
And it's the 5th try, Isabella, for Long Beach State. They are just making it look far too easy, and unfortunately for the Aztecs, who do have quality, who do have good players, they're struggling in this one.
You know, Will, I mean, you're right. They are just, I don't know whether they're a B right now or they're a beast, because they are doing both things on this pitch. You know, I just gotta compliment the way that they move the ball and the way that they are able to make those split-second decisions, and they do it so calm, so collectively. It's just so gorgeous.
Let's just have a look. We got another angle of this yellow card then that came in. So I think it was that. It was the SDSU player. It didn't look like he was going for the ball. He therefore got his body in the way and ultimately tripped up the Long Beach attacker coming forward. So that was where the yellow card was from. And then, well, it went from a scrum, and Long Beach attacked very well to get themselves over for another try. Here we go then. Up for a restart, taken into the hands of Long Beach. I question how much ball time SDSU have had. Now they finally got some possession. Can they make use of it? They're going to have to be physical against this Long Beach side, and now coming off the line aggressively and hard. But now that might open up a few weak inside shoulders. It's not forward though, and it's play on. So turnover, and Long Beach are going to score another one under the post. So just when I was getting excited about the Aztecs, it's a turnover, and it's the same story. It's a Long Beach try.
You know, it's really hard in moments like this, Will. I can't imagine being a player out there right now. What would you be thinking to yourself in this moment where you're like, I'm down by this certain amount? Where are you seeing anything that these boys can capitalize on Long Beach?
It's a hard ask because of they're down a man. There's 6 players on the pitch against 7. The aggression and the line speed that is coming up from Long Beach in defence is clearly shutting down the wide options for SDSU. So if they're going to go through the middle, they have to come in numbers. They've got to be supporting the ball carrier. Otherwise, you get turnovers like that. And the turnover just gets snapped up by Long Beach, and it all just looks a little bit too easy. So got to support the ball carrier. You might get an offload, but nothing less. You're going to be there to support him and win the ruck and clear the man out. Long Beach Aztecs weren't able to do that, and that's why there was the turnover. So Long Beach now have the ball back, but just it's tough in the mindset. Isabella, I'll throw it back to you. How would you be tackling this? It's the game's gone now. You're 36-0 down. How do you try and build some sort of positivity?
I think just collecting themselves where they're at. It's moments like this that you can tend to get angry with the people on your team and think, okay, what am I doing? Just focus on your roles, focus on your job, slow the game down. If they're going to speed the game up, just figure out a way to put pressure on them so that you could slow the game down for yourself and collect yourselves and just push it forward. I'd love to see San Diego just do something right here and put some points on the board because they are trying, Will. They really are trying.
They are indeed, but also Long Beach are continuing to put their foot on the throat, going to that far side. That man Gomez, the number 10. Victor Gomez has been so good for Long Beach, as has that 13 Moxley. In fact, to be honest, there's not been any bad player on the field for Long Beach. I'm calling out individuals, but really it's been a team performance. They continue to hold this ball. As now the big man there, if it's not pace, it's also power. As once again they keep hold of it, and once again it's that man, Isabella, it's number 10, Victor Gomez. How good has he been? The number 10 for Long Beach is finishing off this game in style, even though we have still just got over 90 seconds left.
He has been just such a key player out here. I mean, they're all been key players, but watching this replay again, it's a quick grab from the ruck, sending it right out there to number 10. He just fakes it right up there for a second. Even just turning your head is enough for a defensive man to think that you're going to pass the ball, but he found that. He sprinted through that opportunity, passed it over to number 10, and he was able to run it straight into the try zone. I have nothing but, honestly, respect for this team after it. It's been gorgeous getting to watch how they've come out here today and just laid it all on the field. The playing has been immaculate, Will.
It has. It's been a really quality performance from the starting minute all the way through to this last minute for Long Beach, and they've got a tough pool. They've got Cow in this pool as well, so they'll be playing them a little bit later. Pool A really is competitive when you think about it. But you can only play the game that's in front of you, and so far Long Beach have really done this in style. It's 43 points to 0 against the Aztecs, SDSU. Now, can SDSU find some form of last try to give them something to be proud about to finish this game? Working through the midfield of the pitch. Moving it to the edge, the ball just diving short, but it ends up being in the hands of that 4. Is it down, though? It is given in the end, and it's number 4, Christian Farias, who gets over. And, well, at least, Isabella, they have something to be happy about come the end of this game. It's been very one-sided, but finally the Aztecs have something on the board.
I completely agree. I mean, getting to see that was just so rewarding. It's really hard, you know, when the team is beating someone by so much. You don't know what to do, but I feel so proud of San Diego and the way that they were able to combat that in the last couple of seconds, and they put up quite a fight, drawing in that defense. You could see in their eyes that they wanted it, and they wanted it bad, and they ended up getting it. No matter what the score ends up being in the end, this has been a very fun game of rugby to watch, with the score being Long Beach 43, San Diego 5, finishing off the second half.
They hummed, they buzzed, and they were absolutely on the money like honey. Those jerseys of the yellow and black of Long Beach were sensational, and in the end, a convincing win. We're going to take a short break here on pitch 2. There's still plenty of action going on, actually live action across on pitch 1. I can see it happening from across from our position. Make sure you join us in about 20 minutes' time for more action here on field 2 of the West Coast Sevens here in Oceanside. The sun's out. I'm going to go and get a snack.
Oh, yeah. Will and Issa out.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West. Because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Anyone can be all they can be. But it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
vitamin D is low. I need more D. I need more D. More vitamin D. I don't know about you. I can't look at you. Start calling me Brian. What were you? Jill. Yep. Nice to meet you. Anything from your dude yet?
And welcome back to West Coast Sevens action here on Pitch 2. I am Alex Corbicero with the wonderful Ian Denham as we get ready for a huge match of collegiate sevens with Miracosta College taking on Claremont. Ian, this is a cracker of a game.
Yeah, Claremont just pipped in the last game to GCU, but I tell you what, they've got a couple of steppers and a couple of lads outside who have scored a few worldies today. They just need to put it all together.
And Miracosta started the day with a bang. They upset GCU, shocking the rankings that we had coming into this West Coast Sevens, and that is just another reminder that anything can happen out there. But before we get to the teams running out, a huge shout out to CRAA, the College Rugby Association of America, is a U.S. rugby sanctioned collegiate competition that includes premier divisions within men's and women's collegiate rugby. CRAA is committed to keeping commercial resources in the collegiate game and creating memorable student athlete experiences. And also a huge shout out to Falcon West. Rugby players getting ready for your next career move? Check out the Falcon West Academy, built for you, with Group 4 launching in October.
Thank you, Corbs. And as we wait for the men in the pink jerseys to bring us onto the pitch here, I'm going to talk about a couple of players for Claremont who, you know, be performing pretty well through the day, and that's Freddie Zeng and Tanner Holland. You're going to see them sidestepping in the middle of the pitch and trying to feed the lads on the outside. But from Miracosta, you managed to get a look at them earlier. What's their story, Corbs? What are they doing?
They got a few dangermen there. They got some unbelievable athletes. They maybe don't have the nuts and bolts of the sevens machine up and running like some of these other programs, but they've got some X factor, and that has really shocked a few teams at some of the physicality and the one-off moments that they've been able to create.
Yeah, you've got to see through the college team two things that have boded really well for teams. One is a set piece, how well they do at restarts, and two is a plan. Are they coming in here with a plan? Are they trying to go wide? Are they trying to go route one, up the guts, up the middle? Hopefully these two teams today, after playing two already, have come up with a little bit more of a game plan, and they just stick to it and see through the full 14 minutes.
No doubt about it, Ian, and it really is. The kickoffs have been almost make or break for some of these teams in this competition, and what has sort of been setting the teams apart of who could control that possession. And then you need the skill set just to be able to use the full width of the field to really make it a real threat out there.
Yes, indeed, and it's going to be Dominic Becks, a man with the scrum half in the middle, try to chip one up, or maybe put them deep. Territory as well has been a seriously big advantage for a lot of the teams there today. And here we go. Corbs are in the boot, and the big one's up. Crunching hit there just from the restart, just as he went to gather. It's knocked on, an advantage to Miracosta. They tried to get one pass, two pass in, but it looks like they got a couple of big men out there. They have surely seen a few 15s fields, and we got a stepper in the middle, and he throws it out the back. There is absolutely no caution to the wind there, offloading the opposition 22, and the first kick of the game we've seen, and we're at a scramble already, Corbs.
We really are, and huge moment, Ian. Absolutely outstanding. Can he finish it? Oh, it's a beauty.
That's a fantastic finish. There might be a football game out here today. It's Lionel Messi there. I think that was the original man who kicked it with the outside of the foot with the pink boots. He's chipped one, he's chipped two.
It's Tanner Holland, the number 9, with a fantastic finish for Claremont. And it just shows, you know, the way a game can turn on its head. Strong start, but then a little bit of an outside boot. Not even getting any toe to that. And it just falls his way. As his teammates can't gather, he gets another nudge. And then a little bit of Lionel Messi and the pink boots to finish it there for Holland. Absolutely outstanding start for Claremont.
Outside of the boot with the right foot, kicked twice with the left foot. This man is crushing it so far, and he's marching his way back to halfway with the hands on his hips. He's tired after that 100-metre run. So let's see the quality of this restart now. He's going to have to focus up. Number 1 gets called, steadies himself. Tyler Holland takes his time and manages to get a beautiful restarter away, just up on a 15-metre channel, and he's challenged well. And now we've got a flip of territory, and it's going to be the lads from Miracosta to take it out. Shows a little bit of a dummy, and we're away to chase down here. Number 4 looks like he might get him before, but no, it's all the way. It's 2 tries from the very start. We're not even 2 minutes into this game, and we've got 2 length of the pitch tries. These lads are going to be tired, I tell you what.
Dominic Becks take a bow there. We said they've got a little bit of X factor, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. All it took was a quick step, and he was away, and an absolute flyer to finish as well, with a good chase from Claremont. But he dots it down and now looks to convert his own try. Oh, and he's hit the post, so that means it's going to be 7-5 to Claremont in this one. But Ian, this is a bit of magic out there.
I tell you what, just as that one goes off the bar, I'm looking around and I'm seeing a few bigger lads out there. It is 15s pre-season. Maybe a few of these lads have been recruited in to play 7s. And you as a front row forward, Corbs, what if you had 200 metres of yards done already 2 minutes into a game? What are you thinking?
I'll be looking for my coach on the side for the early exchange, and there we go. Claremont back on the kickoff.
That's Kanoa Parker there, who feeds it wide, and a little step off the left there from number 7. That's Jack Farber, and again he goes. We talked about both these teams have some game breakers. We're not seeing too much in the sign of defense today, but we've got 3 good tries.
3 beautiful tries for the spectators. This is absolutely cracking rugby. If you're a defence coach out there, you're probably not a happy man. But at the same time, it's Claremont, and it was just similar to the try we just saw from Miracosta. A little show and go, a disconnect in the defensive line. And you've got to remember, this is, especially for Miracosta, this is their first time in this West Coast Sevens. Game 3 gets a little bit tiring out there, and especially like their bigger men, they're starting to maybe get a little bit exposed in some of that defensive line.
You talked about tiredness, you are fully right, and it looks like a few of them are a little bit more worried about the highlight reels than playing D, but that's one to add for the highlight reel right there. A tap back above the head, and he just pulls out of contact there, and it's Farber who brings the ball to the middle of the pitch, and we got one more pass again with Tanner, but the short line on the edge, he says, I'm not bringing it around to the outside. Farber again, and they're holding on to the ball well here. A little bit more composure we're seeing here from this Claremont team. Looks to nearly get the basketball past Kareem Abdul-Jabbar style, but he doesn't. He's tipped, and a little offload through contact, but I'll tell you what, that is a decent try from Claremont there. Although they did shape for the offload, and just as I say that there, it looks like he's brought it back, Corbs. What's happened there?
Ooh, referee, he's got his hand up for the scrum. It must have been held over in 7s. That is still the old rules of rugby, where you get held up over the line, you get the scrum again, but that's a big defensive moment there, because it looked like Kanoa Parker was over the line, and it was Farber who set it up here with some magic, and then Parker still had a bit of work to do. There's 2 Miracosta players there, and referee's saying he didn't get it grounded. Was there initial grounding? Maybe on replay, but referee not in a position to potentially see that, and in rugby we trust his call.
That's a tough one, and as we pack down here, Claremont just 5 metres out in the scrum. Corb says it's not a real scrum 3-on-3, but it doesn't matter anyway. They scored off it. Lovely little loop play in the middle, Johnny Sexton style, and they've gone in. And again, a try here as Claremont just stretched the lead a little bit.
Absolutely, and I don't quite get the same satisfaction of 7 scrums, but they are a great attacking platform, and that shows exactly why. Creates an opportunity for space, and that wraparound from Claremont just exposing Kingston Fa'atili there as well. He's a big boy. I actually coached him at USA Under-18s. The question mark, is he a tight head? Is he a number 8? And he's very athletic, but caught out in the back line there, and they look to expose him a little bit with that wraparound play.
Yeah, we have seen Fa'atili, I think, play for Carlsbad during the year. He's a very strong player, and he's doing his best out there in that 7 field, but you yourself as a front row forward probably never seen that much space.
I don't think they would even let me on the field in a game like this, so the fact he's playing is a credit as he gets the ball now. Let's see what he can do.
Lovely composed play from him there just to take that restart. And again, Look at that, Bingham. You're not putting him into touch. That is a fantastic carry, and he drives the leg still. It's going to take a few of these lads to bring him down. The roll is legal, and he pops it off the deck. Unfortunately, his teammate can't keep it in play. But I tell you what, that's a fantastic effort from that young man.
I told you he's a wrecking ball. He caught my eye straight away. I said if he can scrum, he's going all the way. So that's the type of player he is there, showing that, brute strength. And he looks a little tired now, but at the same time, Claremont with the line out as some good defensive work as they sort of, were able to handle that moment for Miracosta.
Laskowski gets it in and he gets it out, and they go all the way to the edge here. They're looking to bring a little bit of width into their attack. One grab tackle doesn't bring him down, and the offload goes to hand, and it's that number 9 then. Again, Tanner Holland's doing fantastically well. Counter ruck comes in, and they're looking to really contest the breakdown. We've seen that a lot in the college games today. They do not leave the breakdown alone. They do not let you have it. And again, Tanner Holland with a little bit of a step. He's trying to do a lot here himself, isn't he? As we see a couple of hands on the deck. Where's this one going to go? And he gives it.
He gives it there indeed, and they went hard at the breakdown, and it was making me a little nervous for Miracosta, because sometimes if you commit 2 and you don't get it back, that's when you start to get exposed. But another little turnover there for them shows, relieves pressure, and now gives Miracosta a chance to strike back. As they are behind, they need to make something happen in this last play of the half.
And they were going to tap it there, but it looks like ref's not happy with proceedings, so he's going to bring it back. He says, let's do this properly, lads. Tap comes in. Will they go with the short line again? Yes, they will. It's a collision. Is that high? Yes, it is. That's all the way up to the forehead there, I think, that one. So he's probably going to have a couple of minutes in a bin. And as he jogs his way over, it is going to be hard for the Claremont lads to try and defend. Down a man, down to 6.
So costly, the yellow cards and 7s. And is that a chance for Miracosta to claw one back before the half-time? And they're looking to make it happen. Great tackle, though.
It looks like it is. And again, if you look at Claremont, they're playing with 6 up in D with all that space in behind. Maybe was that an occasion where Miracosta just could have chipped and had the chase?
Definitely could have been on. I think when you're getting pressed 6, 7 up and you're stuck in your own half, there's nothing wrong with having a little probe just to get the defence to respect it there. As referee blows his whistle, we are at half-time, and it is Claremont who are controlling it.
Yes, thanks, Corb. At the half-time there, it's 21-5.
And a reminder, this half-time is brought to you by USA Rugby. USA Rugby is proud to partner with College Rugby Association of America for the 24-25 academic year. With future US Eagles taking the pitch today, we are pleased to support this experience for all student athletes. Learn more about the USA Eagles and how you can get involved with USA Rugby. We are also have to give a huge thank to our broadcast partners, TVX Sports Video. TVX has been covering sports in San Diego and around the country for nearly 20 years, and they are committed to bringing you the best in live, local, and emerging sports. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe to show your support for our official broadcast partner, TVX Sports Video. And it doesn't stop there, Ian, as we have more. Don't just get coverage, get trusted expertise. Falcon West Insurance, protecting what matters since 1981.
Fantastic, Corp. That's the enthusiasm that we want to see from you, and we're not lacking enthusiasm there out in the pitch as well. Alex, from you, you've been over here in the States for a while, as have I. Can you see an improvement in this high school and college rugby?
I really can. I think, one, the events, the pathways, they are starting to really explode. More colleges invested in rugby to a high-level program. And then the actual caliber of on-field rugby, from where it was a decade ago when I first got here to where it is now, is night and day, especially at the top end. But even in the wider fringes, the rugby IQ, the skill level, the coaches are diffusing across this competition, and it's really having a big effect. But then, as you probably know better than me, where I've been blown away is the high school rugby. Some of the level of competition we've seen, the skills, that makes me really excited. I think the future is bright here, Ian.
Yeah, fantastic. A lot of these high school players would have played their club rugby with Mustangs here in San Diego or Belmont Shore, both of whom have won national championships at the high school level in recent years. But at the college level as well, you can hear stories of years past about teams like Cal beating teams by 100-0, 120-0, but we're not really seeing that anymore, which is fantastic. But again, let's talk about Cal now. From what we've seen today, of course, they're a fantastically strong team. But is there anyone out there that can pip them?
I think if it's going to be anyone that I've seen today, it's probably either USD or Grand Canyon. I think maybe leaning to USD, but the reality is I feel Cal have been almost in a bracket of their own, especially the second two legs of this competition. The first was a little bit closer as they'd only just started pre-season, Jack Clark said. But now I think, there's probably only a team or two maybe that can give them a run for their money.
Yeah, of course, Cal, a fantastic outfit, and proudly San Diego, the home for a few of their superstars, Cade Christ with the 15s and Solomon Williams, of course, with the 7s, as we get restarted here, and Mira Costa are deep in their own 22. But again, no one home, but we ain't kicking today. We are running corps.
I know, the space is there. They must have heard you, Ian.
I tell you what, I think one of the assistant coaches got wind that we were saying that there's space at home and got the message on. But it's a turnover now to Claremont, 21-5 up, and they'll be looking to really put the nail in the coffin early in the second half here.
Yeah, a little bit of Chinese whispers made its way from us to the bench, to the coaches, to the field, and unfortunately it didn't work out as, Claremont now have an opportunity to really almost push this one out of reach. There's still a lot of time and anything can happen in the game of sevens, but it's going to take a number of moments for Mira Costa to turn it around if they go another score down.
Yeah, we have saw a couple of last-minute winners in the high school tournament and one in the college tournament as well, with UCLA earlier, so you never know. If Mira Costa can get themselves a couple of long rangers, maybe they'll find their way back into this game.
Absolutely. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, but here are Claremont with the switch, and this
Tanner Holland with the little switch. Can the big man go the whole way? I'll tell you what, he has got a good stride, doesn't he? He did a really brave chase down there from Claremont, and fair play. Lovely little dive to finish. Was a little bit of foreshadowing from us. It's 21-10 now, and I'll tell you what, although we didn't catch him, he's burning his energy, isn't he, by putting in the effort in that chase down. Yeah, that try scored by Kia Angelin Smith out there, and really, a valiant effort from Will Graf, to chase him down, but that's going to burn fuel for both those men, and it was a really well-needed score for Mira Costa as they needed that conversion hitting the bar, and that means it's 21-10. And but just as we see the replay there, they tried to do a nice little switch off the scrum. We've seen it in the past. Ireland with Robbie Henshaw with the little scoot, but the big man goes the whole way, and just very unfortunately that conversion goes off the crossbar and under the wrong side. Paul Scholes, he thought he was. You're on fire with the references. Absolutely huge moment there, and the switch was bang on. Farbo looked to be under the sticks but couldn't hold on to it as Claremont gather the kickoff, and they're looking to strike back and show what they can do. We're back now. Lovely little game we have in our hands. 4 minutes to go. 11-point game, and Claremont are back with the ball. A little bit of pressure on them now, just haven't given away that last try, but a little bit of a drawn pass, commitment from the tackle, and the big man is down the edge. He puts that big palm up, dives over. That's his reward there for the chase down, isn't it? Absolutely. Will Graf putting in the graft. He's been outstanding out there working off the ball, and that time showing what he can do with the ball in hand. An absolute specimen of a man, and showing if you give him space, you give him opportunity, his athleticism can deliver. Puts the ball in the outside hand, so you know the Fend's coming. Outside, Fend. See you later, alligator. That's an absolute worldie. Oh man, number 21 there. I've been in that position before. Yourman.com. I'm pretending like I'm pulling a hamstring. I'm calling for water. I'm saying your man. Why didn't you hunt on the inside? But anyway, no matter what, I'm not making that tackle on the big man. Yeah, poor Dominic Beck's probably looking up like, where are you lads? Someone give me a hand here. Beck's has been outstanding with ball in hand, but that time wasn't meant to be. A little bit of pressure off Claremont now, and Tanner Holland puts one high. That is a beautiful restart, and it's the big man going up and challenging again. Could have gone off either hand. Referee says play on. Love that. Let him play. Ball goes to the middle of the pitch. It's Tanner Holland again. Steps off the left, brings it back down the short side, and a nice little drawn pass. It's decent play from Claremont, but it's judged to have gone forward. Maybe that's the time you just put the shoulder down and carry a little bit.
Yeah, I think for them, don't force anything now. You don't want to give any options for Mira Costa to come back. You've seen how they can strike off a loose pass or a turnover. This time it's a forward pass, so they've still got to, execute off the scrum. But time is ticking away for Mira Costa. They're going to have to make something happen soon. If they can get a score and there's 2 minutes 20 on the clock, you never know, Ian. You never know. But if they can't, it's a long way back.
Someone's seen a spider, so they brought them up from the scrum. Ref's going to repack it down again.
I don't get resets in sevens as much. It's like, let's get it in and out.
Make it right, Corbs.
I'm all about a reset at the right time. But here, as long as it's safe, I'm happy.
Ball goes in and Mira Costa get it back. Shapes to kick a little bit, which I don't mind, and try to just do the little short line that doesn't go to hand. That might have been the opportunity there, but just about 90 seconds left in the game. Claremont are going to go in again, and you can hear the enthusiasm from the group there. They're disappointed with the first couple of results of the day, and kind of feel that getting the win going into day number 2, very important.
Yeah, it's not always how you start, but how you finish. And Claremont showing at the end of day 1, they've still got it in the tank. That try scored by Elijah Rains there as they make the conversion, and that probably puts this one to bed. And there, the hard line from Mira Costa, too hard to hold on to it, and then it's very hard to defend off turnover in sevens, especially in your own 22, and Claremont punish them for that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic try. A minute to go left here in the game. The lads have been playing for 13 minutes. That sun is starting to get a little bit higher in the sky. I'll tell you.
Pretty glad we're in the shade, mate, I'll be honest.
I know it's October, but it is still very sunny here in San Diego, California.
It's outrageous. Yesterday was a scorcher as well. I'm pretty blessed by it, but I should have brought my sunscreen, I'll be honest.
Don't worry, after we commentate day 2, we'll hit the beach on Monday, Corbs.
I'll be golden by then. The lobster will have calmed.
Mira Costa with one more opportunity to get a name on the score sheet here. I think if the big man out wide, and he's caught by Graff. That's it. I tell you what, man of the match there. Lovely little hitch kick there from the try scorer, and gets the fend away and pops one over the top basketball style. But it is a knock on. 16 seconds on our clock, but the referee says that's enough. Fantastic piece of effort from both teams, but it's Claremont who really have a little bit more in the organisation department, don't they?
Absolutely, just a little bit more the nuts and bolts of the game, and they controlled it better. You saw flashes of brilliance from Mira Costa. This is a huge step up for them as well, getting to play in a tournament like this. They've tested themselves against some of the best in the West, and it's been an awesome opportunity for development. But Claremont today really, finishing strong after what have been a bit of an up and down day so far in the West Coast Sevens.
Yeah, fantastic. That's the last game of the day for these two teams. Claremont getting the victory, 33-10 against Mira Costa.
Anyone can be all they can be, but it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
announcers, can we have you guys get ready?
All right, guys. No, I appreciate it. American Jesus. It's from the 90s. Oh, really? I'll check it out. I'll do a little online summit.
Good afternoon, guys. We are here in San Diego for the West Coast Sevens. We have J Sierra versus Ombak. These have been two teams that have just brought just the fire today, and I'm really looking forward to see what we have here. And I'm here with my co-host. Can you introduce yourself?
Dominic Ribley here. Thank you, Isabella, for letting me join you for this final high school match on Field 2 between J Sierra out of Orange County against Ombak Wallabies out of San Diego.
I mean, this is going to be such a good game. Now, tell me a little bit about your rugby history.
I've been around Southern California rugby for over 2 decades. Spent most of my playing career with Santa Monica Rugby Club, the Dolphins. We actually just celebrated our 20th anniversary of our 2005 Division I National Championship. Got to see all my boys last weekend, actually. It's a special thing, right? So as a player, spent my time with Santa Monica, and then immediately moved into coaching. Coached youth rugby with Santa Monica, and then at the collegiate level with University of Southern California. High school rugby with Servite, and going to be joining my former coach from Santa Monica with ISEF rugby this year at the high school level.
Well, that's such an amazing, it's a great resume. There's no words to say other than a great resume. So coming from that background, tell me, what have you gotten to see today, especially on the pitch when it comes to high schoolers?
Well, the remarkable thing is the evolution of the game and the level of talent that the sport's getting, right? Mm-hmm. So generally speaking, like I said, I was one of the founding members of Santa Monica Youth Rugby, and the skill level and the level of athleticism, the level of athlete that they're getting now is much better than we started, right? So although we're in football season here, so you're not really going to see the football athletes who would normally be playing rugby in the spring season. But overall, the level of athleticism, level of talent is much higher. Now, with these two programs, J Sierra is a single school, sevens dedicated program, so they only play sevens. They're all a single school program. Ombak, one of the most prestigious, oldest programs, clubs in the country, is a club program, right? So they have multiple clubs, multiple high schools, that they pull from. So very, very different sort of setup. J Sierra has a lot of institutional support, obviously, whereas Ombak, from the club level, is run by and large by the parents, the coaches who patronize and support the programs that they put out here today.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for that background and that history a little bit on the schools that are coming onto the pitch today. We've gotten to see exactly what he's talked about today, exploited in every single one of the games that have been previously. And so to begin us off with Ombak and JS, we are going to be kicking it off really strong to John Sarah.
So we got Nalu Lee with the kickoff. J Sarah unable to take it. Oh, that's going to be quite unfortunate for the Lions.
I guess so, but you know what? That was a quick try right in there from Ombak. I really can't explain to you the caliber that I'm seeing today from high school rugby. Getting to watch that back, hopefully here in a split second. They did that so quick, so fast. That's exactly what you want to see as a coach.
Great job, Cal. Yeah, great kick up by Lee, using the wind, just putting it up high. Unfortunately, J Sarah not able to retain the kickoff. And Lee off mark with the conversion, so it's 5-0 in favor of Ombak.
Yeah, completely. I mean, such an amazing job right there, picking it up and running it straight into the try zone. Great job from Ombach. And that is going to be Bram Davis. And it looks like it's going to be a quick tap and go right here from Ombach, getting possession of the ball, but the ball has to go right on back. There, according to the Sir. I mean, so much has happened right here in the first half, just in the first couple of seconds. And we've gotten to see what Ombach can do when they do have possession of the ball. And let's see kind of what they do from Jay Sarah's perspective, getting that ball straight on out to the wing. They're looking on what to do right here, trying to draw in that defensive man, and he does a quick offload there, but the ball goes down, and it's a knock-on with the possession turned over now to Jay Sarah.
Right, so we're going to have scrum down to Jay Sarah. You're seeing a bit of, Jay Sarah is a Trinity League team, which is which is the top football conference in all of Southern California. Jay Sarah having a bit of a rough go of it this year, but they have the athletes. I mean, it's a fantastic, well-supported athletic school program. So the rugby team is, at the end of at the end of the football season, likely to pull in more players and get some help as far as the level of athleticism, the numbers of practice.
And you know what? The players that they put on the pitch today have been doing just that. And it looks like it's a player from Jay Sarah who's making a run straight through the middle, but goes down with a good setup for the ruck with a pass straight into number 4's hands. But he tries to offload it, but the ball just does not make it to hand in the way that he wanted. So Jay Sarah's taking a moment here, and they're going to set it right back up, getting that ball out to the wing. But once again, it doesn't go to hand. It's very hard in moments like this when you feel a little clustered and you feel a little stressed out to slow it down and bring the game back to what it is. And the ball goes out right there for a line out.
So you're going to see that from number 7, Adrian Pham. Now, instead of tackling the Jay Sarah player, Pham tried to drive him out of play, which therefore gave him a turnover as opposed to just, tackle, recycle, try to poach the ball. But that allows Ombach to take an attacking line out on the 5-meter line.
And Ombach does just that, but it's a quick call right there from the Sir with Ombach revealing possession back over to Jay Sarah, and it looks like they're going to be running it. And they are running it forward right here, trying to get it, but Ombach was just on them, and it looks like it was that a knock-on?
Yeah, it's a knock-on to Ombach, so he's going to spend 2 minutes in the bin.
Okay. And there we go. We're getting it back. Jay Sarah having possession of the ball, trying to figure out what to do. You can hear the shouts from the sidelines as the boys start to push forward, and no one is going down at this moment. And we are just confirming that was a card. They're just taking the ball into contact right now, just trying to nudge their way through into Ombach's defense, but they just keep setting up for that ruck. I would really love to see them move that ball just a little bit more and take it away from the amount of players that are centralized in the center of the pitch.
Right, particularly when you're a man up, you want to try to spread the ball wide. But Jay Sarah just having a bit of a difficult time here. They're an inexperienced team by and large, really just playing between the hash marks.
And that's showing slightly here while Ombach does a beautiful quick fake out right there over to the pass, lining it straight up through a channel all the way into the try zone.
That's a try down for Georgie Fa'asua.
And it looks like they're going to be kicking. Now, tell me, in that last little bit there that you were seeing, what is Ombach doing specifically that's making them analyze and exploit these gaps?
Well, overall, Jay Sarah is just a little bit sucked in, right? Too many players around the ball, not spread it out. You get a turnover like that on offense, and it's going to be pretty easy against a team that's disciplined, well-positioned. That's just a simple draw and pass coming from Ombach to put it in for the try. So putting them up 10-0 here with a minute and a half left to go in the first half.
But you know what? One of the awesome things about sevens is the fact that we can come back at any point of the game. So let's see what Jay Sarah can do here in the upcoming moments. They set the ball right up for a ruck, trying to spill it out, but it just doesn't go to hand. I mean, the pressure is a lot, right? Of course. But if we're not looking where we're throwing the ball, that's where accidents happen.
Yeah, and Hiller just didn't release the ball there in the tackle. That's going to be an easy try for Ombach.
And Ombat makes that try, which is now bringing it all the way up, and that's Colton Dickerson on that amazing try. Good job once again from Ombak.
All right, and Dickerson's going to hold it up till the defense comes. So, right, in rugby, we actually have to put the ball down in order to score the try, and a technique that they use, particularly in sevens, is actually, if the defense doesn't pursue you, just to stand there, literally, in the try zone and wait for the defense to come and force you to drop the ball down. Because, again, in a 14-minute game, you get really, really tired because there's so few people on the field. So you want to maximize the amount of time that you can not actually be in play.
Exactly. And for those of you watching at home, it is in fact hot here in San Diego with the beautiful sun out. That is never the friend to a rugby player. But it doesn't matter because we are still going to continue playing nonetheless. And it's a call right here from the sir. And it looks like... Did we see that?
Yeah, unfortunately, James Hiller looks like he took a knock. He seems to be in a bit of pain here.
I think we're just going to take a second really quickly while they figure out what is going on.
I believe that the referee's just blown for half.
Okay.
So they'll tend to Hiller. Medical staff will tend to Hiller on the field. Teams will regather with the coaches, talk about what they need to do for the second half here.
Well, pulling it back to the players in general right now, tell me, what are you seeing specifically? I mean, I understand what's happening in their past with Jay Sarah, but what could you as a coach tell them to help them improve here coming into the second half?
As far as Jay Sarah is concerned, you got to work on the basics, right? And when you're up against it and you're a young team, you're talking about developing metrics for success, right? How do we measure success? When you're a young team, it's not necessarily in tries scored, tackles made, wins and losses. It's actually, middle moments. Did we execute this play in the proper fashion? Did we do the right thing? Did we make the right decision? When we're in the tackle, did we put our body at the right level? Did we set up the defender? All of those things. And it's a growing process, right? For a young program like Jay Sarah, again, Jay Sarah only plays sevens, and they're a single school. So by public school standards, a relatively small school. So the pool of players from which they're pulling from, particularly as, again, it's football season, is rather small. Right, so this is a pretty concentrated group. The great thing is they got Mike Smith, who's a Southern California legend, who's definitely going to have them in shape and ready to play for the second half. On back on the other side, it's really just continue to do what they're doing. As we see Hiller getting helped off the field, hopefully he'll be all right.
We're going to quickly watch that replay. And he just catches the ball, and it's a quick tackle right there, wrapping around and taking him to the floor.
Looks like he got a twist on the ankle there and the knee, didn't he?
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Well, we're hoping that he is okay, and the team cheers him on from the sidelines as they take the pitch once again, trying to bring that momentum back. It's always a little bit difficult when a player gets injured or hurt. Everyone wishes them their best regards. And so I think just for the boys, getting back in that headspace, calming down, and just bringing it back to the basics of rugby and playing the game that they love is going to shine through right here.
Absolutely. So we're going to have Jay Sarah kicking off for start the second half. Again, wind blowing right to left. So he wants to put this one up high, but not far.
And it's a good kick straight into Ombak's hands. They're going to try to pull themselves up here. And it didn't go to hand right there. Ombak trying to reposition themselves across the field and shift as best as they can. We're so sorry about the amount of wind that is occurring right now. I can't hear very well, but that is okay because guess what? Ombak is doing their thing and pushing forward like a dump truck all the way. And they're just trying to break the ruck there, Jay Sarah. And it's going to be a quick tap and go right here with Ombak having the possession of the ball, trying to get it out to their wings and do something with it. Good draw in from the defense right there. He does a double overhead pass to that wing player who then cuts into the middle and is able to run straight into it and score a try for Ombak.
Yeah, Ombak just too much on the day here against an inexperienced side, playing with the advantage. Interesting thing from that first sequence was that normally in the game of sevens, when we have a knock-on, particularly a intentional knock-on, the referee will normally blow that play dead and assess a yellow card. Referee in this situation, rightly so, just let them play on. Ultimately, Ombak gets the reward, as you see here. Just an easy draw and pass for Ombak, and it's a score for Colton Dickerson. Again, that'll be his second on the day.
Yes, amazing job here from Ombak, as they are now going to be kicking the ball back to Jay Sarah, and let's see what Jay Sarah can do with it with 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this half, and it's a grub all the way into the try zone as Ombak scores another try. Beautiful execution of play right there from your players at Ombak.
That was, again, Dickerson on the try, so that'll be his third of the match. Again, just Jay Sarah not realigning, not doing the set thing, not doing the simple things, not getting the set piece correct. Again, with your kickoffs, all it needs to do is go 10 meters. So you need one of your players to cover that middle of the field. Unfortunately, the Lions just didn't do it there. Ombak puts in a nice little easy grubber, kick and chase, and they're doing the same thing again. Unfortunately, Jay Sarah just caught short, not covering that open channel.
Yep, and they're going to have another opportunity to block them again as Ombak remains in possession of the ball. And he is not going down. I see 3-4 players on him, but he wanted it, and he gained those meters, and it was worth the fight put up. And it's a kick out to the outer corners. They are really working with this grubbing thing right now, but it just doesn't work out exactly how they wanted as the ball goes into touch.
Right. So the ball goes dead. It should be a return to where the ball was kicked from. Yeah, they have the option of a 22-meter dropout or the return to where the ball was kicked from. They elect the latter.
At this point in the game, what would you be telling your team if you were Ombak right now, having this high of a lead? What would you want to see? They are playing a very good game of rugby, but is there anywhere they can improve?
Well, at this stage, you're putting on. You've emptied your bench. Now you're just trying to be try the things, the 50-50 things like that, like the kick, sideline to sideline kick, the things that don't necessarily aren't the safest play in the world. You have that opportunity. You've got that freedom because you've got a 31-point cushion to try those things you haven't tried before.
And we're going to be doing a scrum here, and it was won by the Jay Sarah players as he does a little hitch step right there, but it doesn't really do much as Ombak is on them really quick. And the sir calls something, and it's back 10. Jay Sarah, they have a moment here to set up and just rethink about where they want to go. It looks like he's calling out for a player to support him as he goes down, and a clean setup for a ruck. Ball comes out to number 13, Xavier Escobar, and he passes it to number 4, Jax, and he scores a gorgeous try. Amazing job there for Jay Sarah, putting up some points on the board.
Nice job there. Great try by Jax Poplowski. Good setup on the pass to set up the outside man, make him commit, pop the ball out to Poplowski for the try on the sideline. Good job for Jay Sarah, never giving up, continuing to fight and get that try.
They still have time right now to do something with it. And the kick is good.
Oh, nice conversion. So here on the replay, here we go. Ball out from the base of the ruck. Good job by Will Rice to set up his defenders. See, he draws in the outside man, frees up Poplowski for the try. Good job all around by Jay Sarah. Well earned. Good consolation this far in the match. Let's see if they can retain possession off of this restart.
Yeah, I think that they are coming onto this field stronger than they were in the first half, and it's showing right here as they kick possession back on over to Ombak, but it looks like it goes into touch, which means we're going to be getting a line out.
Yeah, so line out here to Ombak. Inside their own 22. Let's see if Jay Sarah can put something together. Yeah, at this stage, you've kind of cleared your bench trying to figure out who's going where.
And possession goes to on back as they're going to go back 10 really quick.
Free kick actually to Jay Sarah. The ball didn't go 5 meters, so it goes out to the 15, out to the Lions.
Okay, thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. And there is Jay Sarah with possession, but the ball goes down to the ground. But it's a quick pickup there from number 4. Once again, Japs Pawlowski. And it's a run through 13, just nudging his way straight into the try zone. Will Rice with the try coming in for Jay Sarah, now putting more points on the board for the team. Great job, boys.
Absolutely. Great individual effort there by Rice. He's been a bright spot for the team this game all day. Fantastic effort. With the inside-outside step, puts it down in the corner. Now he'll try to convert his own and see if he can draw the Lions a little bit closer in the final tally here.
You know, we're seeing a lot of movement. We're seeing a lot of ball shifting, seeing that ability to just use those corners and push their way forward into the try zone. Great job from Jay Sarah. Let's see how they continue to push themselves along.
And unfortunately, Rice is a little wide left. You can see it just going through the hands. Good pickup by Pawlowski. Way to set up the man on his inside. And just a great effort there by Rice. Here we go. Throw the ball down in the corner. See if Jay Sarah can recover. Good contest by Cadillo there.
And the ball is a knock on right there. But that will be the final score, with Ombak finally at the top with 31-12. Great job to both teams performing today. We have some more fun rugby coming up here in just a moment.
San Diego State versus UCLA. Big one at the final here on Field 2 at the West Coast Sevens. Isabella, thank you for this time. Really appreciated it.
Thank you so much. It was so fun to get to be here and get to talk more about rugby. Coming up next, we have UCLA and San Diego State, 2 amazing teams that we are going to see compete together. And that will be it for me as I pass the mic off to Josh and get his opinions on what he thinks is going to happen in this upcoming game.
Thank you, Isabella. Wonderful, wonderful matchup that we just saw. And again, we have a all-important matchup here in the college men's division. UCLA taking on San Diego State. This is a must-win, theoretically, for both teams. UCLA won one, lost one with a win over Long Beach State, lost to Cal. San Diego State winless, but if they are able to beat UCLA, technically we'll see what the points going. But right now everyone's chasing Cal. Cal undefeated so far. It's a possibility that if San Diego State wins, they could move on as that number 2 play here in pool letter B. As we're waiting again, my name is Joshua Shibata. Along with me, of course, the genius and mind of rugby, Dominic Ribley. Dominic, what are your thoughts on this all-important game that we're going to be watching here on Pitch 2?
Yeah, everything to play for here, Josh, right? The interesting element right now is the elements. We've gotten the winds picked up heavily in the last 5 minutes, so we'll see how that impacts the game. Obviously, the kickoffs, a big issue, right? Moving both ways.
So let me ask you then, Dominic, because again, you have a lot of experience coaching at the college level of rugby. What is the strategy when you start to notice, hey, the winds have picked up, the wind is blowing consistently? What does that change your play style?
Well, when you're going into the wind, yes. Although you're not really kicking a lot in sevens anyway.
Sure.
It's mostly revolved around the kickoff. So, again, wind blowing from your screen right to left. So this opening kickoff, you're really trying to think, I'm actually trying to aim for the 22 in order to put it at the 10.
Got it. Well, we'll see what San Diego State does. The Aztecs, as they are kicking off here, we're just a couple moments away. Match official getting ready to start the clock. And yes, San Diego State will be kicking into the wind, so we'll see exactly where the ball placement is going to be, what exactly is the kicking style here, as we have our final college match here on Field 2 at the West Coast Sevens. Oh, just went through the fingers of UCLA, but the match official said that it went backwards. UCLA, the Bruins, trying to cycle the ball back as San Diego State putting on the defense. UCLA You see the danger man, number 7. Jaden Seabrook with the ball. He's running. He's gone. And it is a try.
Fantastic inside-outside move there by Seabrook for that try. As you said, way to get the ball to the danger man on the outside by UCLA there. Good start for the Bruins.
Yeah, Dominic, I live very close to UCLA, and I actually saw a scrimmage match between UCLA and my alma mater, USC, and I believe Jaden Seabrook scored a hat trick in that scrimmage. He is fast when he has the ball and very, very hard to tackle.
Good conversion there by Keaton Dietz. Puts the Bruins up 7-0. Here we go.
And Dominic, why don't you walk us through this replay here on that beautiful try?
Look at it, just a good job of keeping the ball alive in that triple threat position, inside, outside by Harry Serafine. Great job of setting up the defender, sucking in the outside defender and freeing up Seabrook there for the try.
And UCLA able to recover the kickoff and moving into San Diego State territory. Hard run there. We'll see if they cycle it. Jaden Seabrook again on the edge. No, passing it to number 10, Nico Di Matteo. Support by UCLA. UCLA cycling the ball back. Open, Joseph Lambert. He's trying to go to the touch, though. Just stop short. Once again, look at number 7. Nope. Quick take by the scrum half. Number 5, and try by Tristan Gutman.
Woolery, if you're late, don't touch it.
Maybe could have gotten a little bit earlier on that. But again, you don't want to pass the ball wide. I mean, all the players were sucked in, but it's difficult to pass the ball wide in these conditions. So UCLA electing to keep it in tight, keep the ball in hand, drive vertically for the try there. Great job.
Now, the wind is pushing, I believe it's to right to left, so it's going towards the goalpost. So number 2, Pierce McMahon, might have a little bit of a boost. Unfortunately, misses the conversion.
So you see here, Lambert taking the ball in, almost scores it himself. But you got to be UCLA doing a great job of remaining patient. And there, Gutman looks left, looks right, takes it himself through the defenders. Great job by the Bruins to go up 2 scores.
Big kick to San Diego State. Unfortunately, not able to come up with the ball. UCLA once again recovering that restart. Crucial in the game of Rugby Sevens to be able to get your own restart. UCLA cycling the ball in the 22 zone of San Diego State. Number 2, Pierce McMahon. He missed the conversion, but he doesn't miss the offload. Beautiful offload to UCLA and the try. Beautiful, beautiful try by Redmond Chelsea.
Great there, great finish there by Chesley. Fantastic job. That puts the Bruins up 17-0 with the conversion to come.
And right now, UCLA coming on fire. San Diego State looking a little shell-shocked. Again, this is the last match for both sides. Both sides have already faced 2 grueling matches earlier in the day. So tired bodies, but UCLA looks like it's just game 1 for them. San Diego State looking a little bit tired.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry Bennett's men with a mission here to close out the day strong, get up into the upper half. Here we see on the replay. Just a nice, easy in and out. Great job there by McMahon. Drawing the defenders. Good support line by Chesley, putting it under the post, make the kick a little bit easier.
And here we go again with the restart. UCLA been pretty successful on recovering their own restart kicks. Let's see if they do it again. This time San Diego State with a beautiful take.
Nice take there by Keaton Dietz.
Keaton Dietz with the ball is able to offload it. San Diego State's got to do something right now as we're wading into the last 2 minutes of the half. And here we go. This might be it. Oh, ankle tackle. But fortunately, San Diego State with some support. They're cycling the ball. See if they can find an opening. UCLA on the back foot. Pass doesn't go to hand, and unfortunately, it is called forward.
Unfortunate there. Christian Farias, number 4 for San Diego State there, caught the ball, took a look outside, saw the blitz defender from UCLA, decided to tuck it back in. Unfortunately, just not able to keep it in the hand. Ball gets turned over, scrum down to UCLA.
And UCLA with another chance to be on the attack as we're getting into the last 90 seconds of the half. Once again, your score, UCLA 17, San Diego State 0. Can UCLA score one more try before the end of the half? Will San Diego State be able to come back? A little bit sloppy on that scrum. We are calling it back.
Not quite sure what happened there. That ball came flying out, so the referee's just going to reset it.
And just to reiterate, folks, about how windy it is here, I don't know if you can hear it over the mics, but we almost lost a tent. One of the tents that houses our rugby teams almost flew off. That's how windy it's been. So definitely hard to play in those kind of elements, but we play on. San Diego State able to recover with the ball. Slight knock on by the Bruins.
Bo White just not able to retain that pass. A little bit too tight, a little bit too hard.
But San Diego State still able to cycle the ball. Flat, very flat pass. Are they able to stay in touch? No, pushed out to touch. UCLA with the quick throw in.
Referee says play on.
He says play on. We still go. And UCLA will not hesitate as they're going forward. Cycling the ball back. UCLA's Pierce McMahon with the ball in hand. Passes it down to number 13, Redmond Chelsea. He just scored a try. Will he get a second one? Quick sidesteps. Being balled up by San Diego State. Good defense right there. UCLA able to cycle it back. Pierce McMahon gets tackled down by San Diego State. UCLA has to cycle the ball back, shifting it to the right side. Here's one, here's two. No, goes into the danger man, Jesus Seabrook. What will he do here? San Diego State immediately tackles him to the ground. UCLA, though, still maintains possession of the ball. We are going into match officials time as there is no more time on the clock on our screen. This may be the last play of the half. Will we see the try, the last pass? And it is to Pierce McMahon. And he puts it down for the try.
Great extended play there by UCLA. Good way to control the ball, keep them in possession. Just got San Diego State sucked in. Basically, they had 7 men in between the hash marks. All they had to do is get that final pass out to allow McMahon to score it off the sideline and back under the post for a 22-0 halftime lead for the Bruins with the kick to come.
Pierce McMahon is going to convert his own kick. Again, it is windy, but the wind is blowing in his direction. But shoots it just across the face of the goalpost. So the score remains 22-0.
Here you're going to see on the replay to come here. So you've got great moves here by Chesley. You're going to have Seabrook to Bo White to Nico DiMatteo to Tristan Gutman and putting McMahon in off the wing. Easy as you like.
So as we're heading into the final half of the matchup, Dominic, again, this is a must-win technically for both teams. I know San Diego State hasn't had a win yet, but you would think there'd be a lot of motivation. Possibly a win here could put them into that number 2 position. What do you think the coaching staff of San Diego State are telling their boys as we go into the second half?
Well, you knew it was going to be tough, right? Because they are playing into the wind is very, very difficult, right, in that first half. So you've got that advantage. The first thing you be talking about is simply retaining the kick, right? Whether they're receiving, whether you're kicking off, you've now got the wind advantage. It is playing a role here. Can we retain this kick? Can we retain possession? If we can retain possession, if we can get an early try, we might put ourselves back in this match.
And then if you are UCLA, as we see there, the coaching staff, Harry Bennett, telling his boys some words of encouragement. What do you tell your side when they're up by a substantial amount? How do you keep them motivated in this final game of the day?
Right, so you're talking about process. You're saying, look, we're halfway home, right? We're just focusing on doing all the things that we practice, doing them properly, executing the way that we know how, staying connected offensively, staying connected defensively. The rest will take care of itself.
And as we mentioned, again, it is windy right now. So we had San Diego State playing against the wind. Now the wind is going to be playing in their favor. we'll see. And here we see how fast that wind speed, 5.8. Good Lord. It is very, very windy here. And again, we'll see if those elements help San Diego State this time around as they are playing on the other side of the pitch.
5.8 is getting to my 40 speed.
And here we go with UCLA. There you saw a shot of Coach Harry Bennett with his Bruins kicking off in our second half. Final half here on field number 2. San Diego State, unfortunately, not able to hold on to the ball. Knock on to start off the second half.
That's also one of the tough ones, Josh, right? Normally you're having, when the ball goes past your first level, you're having this guy from the second level come in and take that kickoff. Unfortunately, again, with the wind, the ball's getting driven back. The guys in the front row can't give up on it because that ball is going to actually be coming back, and they're in a better position to take that kickoff than the man moving forward.
Again, great insight by Dominic Ribley here. As San Diego State's able to retain the ball from the scrum.
Nice tight head.
And now they're trying to make themselves moving out of their 22 zone. UCLA, though, with the defense, no holding down on the tackle. When you tackle a player, you got to hold them down. Otherwise, they have the opportunity to continue playing. As we see, ball continues to play on. Now they're cycling down to the left side. Will they be able to get that man at the edge? And they do, but UCLA right there with a beautiful tackle. Textbook.
Yeah, unfortunately, Austin Wang just too close.
And unfortunately, with the penalty as well, right in front of the try zone. Easy try, as easy as it gets for number 5, Tristan Gutman.
Yeah, so in that situation, San Diego State needed to move the ball wide. And their inside center and their wing just a little bit aligned too close together. Wang had a lot of real estate outside of him to work with, but he just caught the ball. The man was on him. Tackle made, turnover, try to UCLA. So as you see here, right? So man's on him. He gets a little bit deeper, a little bit wider, gives himself a little bit more time. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't happen. Nice, easy conversion there. Kick and touch by Chesley. Score for the Bruins. They go up 28-9-0.
And here we go, UCLA with the restart. Kick to San Diego State. San Diego State's got to get themselves on the board, get themselves a little bit of motivation, try to prevent this game from getting too out of reach. Again, there's still a lot of time on the clock, Dominic, for a possible comeback here at West Coast Sevens.
That's going to be tough in this situation, being down 5 scores. But if anybody can do it, it's Scott Brackens, man.
There you go. As we see San Diego State recycling it back, trying to find an opening. UCLA defense stifling, but San Diego State on the run, moving close to the 50-meter line. Oh, but no, I thought it was a UCLA steal. Instead, San Diego State retains the ball. The support is a little slow, but San Diego State able to cycle the ball back to the left side. UCLA on the back foot. San Diego State, though, not knowing where to play the ball.
Yeah,
Fortunately,
Green needed to let that ball get out. There you see
there you go, though.
The corner.
Can he do it? Yes, he does. Breaks the tackle. Number 11, Austin Wang, with the first try for San Diego State.
Took a little bit longer than it should have, but they got it done. Good work by Jake Olheiser to stay in the play, retain possession for his team. Good work on the pivot for Ronan Green there. Here we're going to see on the replay, shimmy by Ronan Green, keeping the ball in play. Ball gets knocked out. Good pickup by San Diego State. Ball out to Wang. Just pure pace, beats his man for the try for San Diego State. Conversion no good. 29-5 in favor of the Bruins.
And again, even though we do have 3.5 minutes, don't call it a comeback. We can have a couple more tries within this amount of time, and then we'll have ourselves a game. So right now, San Diego State with a little bit of momentum, trying to retain the kickoff. The restart here will probably be very, very crucial.
See how the Bruins start to move. Move toward the kick.
And there is the wide kick. Nice take from UCLA, but San Diego State right on them. And now UCLA playing in their territory. A little bit unfamiliar for them in this match. Most of the game has been in San Diego State's territory. San Diego State trying to shut down UCLA. UCLA trying to make some wide passes, but they are being met by the solid defense of San Diego State. Ball is out, but fortunately UCLA able to retain it, but San Diego State right on top of them. almost trying to counter-ruck. UCLA finding the outside edge. San Diego State, though, ooh, nice little tackle there. UCLA trying to cycle the ball to the right. Ball goes past UCLA player, though, into the hands of another. Will they get the break here? San Diego State trying to keep UCLA within their territory.
Again, great job by the Bruins keeping the ball alive.
And even though San Diego State is keeping UCLA within, they're not taking the ball away, and time is not on their side. It is ticking away. San Diego State needs to get a turnover here, get the ball away. Otherwise, UCLA could just dance with the ball, and they'll maintain their lead. Here he goes, UCLA slowly but surely making their way out of their 22 line.
Yeah, that ball just needed to go 1 minute earlier instead of trying to deke the man in.
Oh! San Diego State almost with the interception, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Keaton Dietz is going to go to the bin.
Gonna get a yellow card. In the game of Rugby Sevens, if you try to catch the ball, even though you're meaning to do interception and you don't catch it, it is considered an intentional knockdown. That is a 2 minutes in the sin bin. So for the remainder of this half, San Diego State will be playing with man down.
Right, nothing to lose there for the Aztecs. Dietz just taking an all-or-nothing approach.
And now UCLA with basically the game in hand, working their way through. San Diego State 1 man down. UCLA, though, working their process. Nice little flat pass to number 8 on the outside. That's Jet Bunch. And jets his way through for the try.
Good job by Austin Diaz, setting his man up, stepping inside, getting the post, putting the man in his space, allowing Bunch to score down the sideline.
And here we go as we wait for Sam Reed to kick the conversion. But with less than 30 seconds, this game pretty much the Bruins, a statement for them as they finish the day with a lot of momentum going into our championship tomorrow. And that is full time, according to our match officials. So your final score, UCLA 34, San Diego State 5. UCLA, as I mentioned, finishing with a statement victory. And they go 2-1, which I believe will probably get them into the top 2 in this Pool B play. Dominic, what do you think of this last match here at field number 2?
So Harry Bennett, I think, has got to be pretty pleased with how his team showed out after that rather disappointing match against Cal. But they've got their benchmarks, right, of what they need to do in order to come back tomorrow and show up and take the gold. For San Diego State, it's a bit of a rebuilding program. Scott Bracken, Ryan Mattias doing a great job with the team that they have, putting their guys in a position for future success.
Yes, and again, we still have so much more rugby tomorrow. Again, this is match play. We'll have our championship matches tomorrow, as well as our plate semifinals and finals tomorrow as well. Again, follow us on all forms of social media, West Coast Sevens. Follow TVX video on the YouTube channel. If you missed any of the action earlier today, the videos will be up on demand in a little bit. And again, catch us tomorrow. I believe we start off at 10 o'clock with all of our championship games. See who walks away, both in the college men's and the high school boys division, as our champions of the West Coast Sevens, our final spot. On behalf of all our amazing broadcast team, Dominic Ribley, the lovely Isabella Coral, Will Hooley, Corbacero, and of course Dallin Santon, this is Joshua Shibata saying thank you very much for joining us here at West Coast Sevens, and we'll see you tomorrow.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Anyone can be all they can be, but it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.